just a moment. Welcome to the Salt Lake City Planning Commission. Today's date is September 27th. The Planning Commission consists of residents from each Salt Lake City district that are appointed in a manner providing balanced geographic, professional, neighborhood, and community interest representation. The Planning Commission reviews and acts on any changes to the city's general plans, small area plans, special studies, zoning ordinances, and zoning district maps. The Commission also reviews and acts on planned unit developments, conditional uses, and certain subdivisions. Our goal is to provide a welcoming and safe environment for everyone. We ask those in attendance to adhere to a few ground rules. 1, silence or turn off your cell phones. 2, respect the person speaking and do not interrupt or do things that could intimidate or deter others from exercising their right to be heard. Clapping, cheering, jeering, shouting, or other actions used to discourage people who have different opinions from participating will not be tolerated. People who attempt to diminish someone else's input may be removed from the room. 3, if you wish to speak, come to the microphone once the public hearing has opened and state your name. Members of the public will have 2 minutes to comment. Your time cannot be combined with someone else's time. Everyone will get the same amount of time to speak so that we can ensure everyone is treated equally. If you are a representative of an officially registered organization and the item you wish to speak on is within the boundaries of your organization, you will be given 5 minutes. If it is outside of your boundaries, you will be given 2 minutes. 4, if you have a handout that you want the commission to see, you need to leave copies because they become part of the legal record. 5, when commenting, speak clearly, keep your comments on topic and brief. 6, questions asked during a public hearing will not be answered during the public hearing. Rather, the commission may ask the applicant or staff to answer questions after the public hearing is closed, or ask city staff to follow up with you at a later time. We will now move to the report of the chair, and the chair has nothing to report. The vice chair is
Chair
currently...
Christensen, you do have something to report.
I do have, okay. Thank you for the reminder. Unfortunately, we made a procedural error in the last meeting on Wednesday, September 13th, 2023. The Planning Commission decided on consent agenda case number PLN PCM 2022-01165. Due to a procedural error, that vote is rescinded and the item will be reheard on the consent agenda again this evening with a public hearing. And can I get a motion to add an addendum to the 9/13/23 minutes that states these facts?
Mr. Chair, can you clarify exactly the topic? I don't remember the case numbers.
It was the Pacific Yards plan development, and we...
Actually, it was the other one.
It was the other one.
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, it was the modifications to a design review at approximately 1050 South Washington Street. Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Thank you.
And unfortunately, we failed to open it up for a public hearing on the item, so we will do that when we address the consent agenda. But we need a motion to add that addendum to the minutes from our last meeting.
The minutes were only posted 2 hours ago, so I haven't had a chance to read them yet. So I'm still reading, but
I so move.
Thank you, Commissioner Gale. Do we have a second? We have a second from Commissioner Scheer. We'll go ahead and take a vote. Commissioner Gale.
Yes.
Commissioner Tuttle.
Yes.
Commissioner Barry,
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows,
Yes.
Commissioner Shear,
Yes.
Commissioner Bitten,
Yes.
Commissioner Santos Rivera,
Yes.
and the chair also votes yes. That motion for the addendum passes unanimously. Now we'll go ahead and go back to the report of the chair and the vice chair. The chair has nothing to report, and our vice chair is out of town today. We will move on to the report of the director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few things to report on. One, just a reminder that in November and December, we'll have one planning commission meeting. Well, at least we have one scheduled. We are quite busy. If we need to schedule one extra meeting, we'll give you as much notice as possible. That's a possibility. Some years we do that. But as for now, there's one scheduled for November and December. Just to let you know that the Affordable Housing Incentives Ordinance is going in front of council in October for a briefing with the city council. Apologize that I don't have the exact date. That's one update. And just to let you know that on October 11th, we will be coming to brief you on that city-initiated petition that implements the Thriving in Place plan, which is really intended to mitigate involuntary displacement due to development pressure. And that's that new Title 19 General Plan Amendments Ordinance. It's repealing the Housing Mitigation Ordinance. And it'll also be introducing to you that Community Benefit Ordinance, Tenant Relocation Ordinance, and Replacement Housing Regulation. So stay tuned. We're excited to talk about that on the 11th. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. We will now have our 10-minute open forum. And as a reminder to all the commissioners, it is probably the most useful for our time if our discussion during the open forum has something that's a policy-related action tied to it.
Mr. Chair, I was at the farmer's market a couple of weeks ago and ran into a display of a almost completed design of Main Street closure, a permanent Main Street closure, and I want to know if that is something that will be coming before Planning Commission or just go straight to council.
Are you talking about the concept drawings that the consultant is putting forward?
Correct. I stand corrected. They are concept drawings. They are not completed, but they are definitely something.
I think that they will be coming to you. Yeah, but they're very preliminary right now, and hopefully you gave some great comments, Bree. Thanks.
Do we have any other discussion for our open forum? We'll go ahead and close the open forum and move on to the consent agenda.
Mr. Chair?
Oh.
Can I request to stand down to refamiliarize myself with the Washington Street from last meetings, because I don't remember it. Maybe other people's memories are better than mine, but I need a few minutes to read it again.
Okay. We'll give you 2 minutes.
Thank you. You can proceed if you are ready.
Thank you. There are 3 items on the consent agenda. The minutes from September 15th. Case number PLN PCM 2021-00822, Pacific Yard Plan Development Modifications at approximately 443 West, 700 South, which is a public hearing. Case number PLN PCM 2022-01165, modifications to a design review at approximately 1050 South Washington Street, which is also a public hearing. May I have a motion to proceed with the consent agenda?
Mr. Chair, so moved.
We have a motion from Commissioner Bitton
My second.
and a second from Commissioner Santos Rivera. We'll go ahead and vote to proceed with the consent agenda. Commissioner Gale,
Yes.
Commissioner Tuttle,
Yes.
Commissioner Barry,
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows,
Yes.
Commissioner Shear,
No.
Commissioner Bitton,
Yes.
Commissioner Santos Rivera,
Yes.
and the chair will also vote yes. That we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 8 yeses and 1 no. We will go ahead and see if we have any discussion or questions from the commission about the consent agenda items.
Mr. Chair, item number 1 on the consent agenda is the Pacific Yard, what's it called? Pacific Yard, and basically what they are doing is reducing the landscape that was required, which was already very low in the, much lower than required in the initial approval, as I recall. And so I'm actually not in favor of that particular proposal. So I don't know whether we want to take it off the consent agenda or whether we can just vote on it as a separate item.
And just a point of order, I think you said 8 in favor and 1 against, but I may not be counting correctly. Aren't there just 8 of us?
You're right.
I believe I was off by 1, so
Okay.
7 in favor and 1 opposed.
Commissioner Shear, would you like to make a motion to remove this particular item from the consent agenda and place it on the regular one?
Thank you. I will make a motion to bring this to the regular agenda.
I'll second
Does that require a public meeting?
It was,
Yes, we will move it to the regular agenda.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion from Commissioner Shear and a second from Commissioner Barry. We'll go ahead and vote to remove, to move the Pacific Yard from the consent agenda to the regular agenda.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, can you, procedure states that we vote on everything after the public hearings are held? And in your motion, you would state approve minutes and item number 3 but remove the Pacific Yard item?
And
Okay.
just a question that Attorney Pasker might be able to help us with. We've already moved and voted on having everything on the consent agenda as presented.
I believe that we move forward with talking about the consent agenda, not necessarily
Yes.
the items on it. If I'm
Yes,
remembering correctly.
the prior vote was to consider the consent agenda.
Okay.
So
Would you like me to clarify?
should the motion be to consider the consent agenda with the item, the Pacific Yard, moved to the regular agenda and with the other two items. Okay.
And just so that the commission is aware, I have been working on an updated draft of the consent agenda for the policies and procedures, and I will be presenting that on October 11th.
And Chair, you have the discretion to, in this situation, if you want to move that item to the regular agenda because the motion has already commenced, that's fine as the commission sees fit.
Then I will use my discretion to move case number PLN PCM 2021-00822 to the regular agenda.
No, so you need to still have the motion. People need to vote to either approve or not approve that motion to move the item to the regular agenda.
Gotcha.
You can proceed with that motion rather than having a public hearing on both of these items at this time, even though, I mean, you have the discretion, but the policies and procedures do generally provide that at this stage we have a public hearing for both items, and then there could be a subsequent motion about whether to remove or not.
Okay. So if I understand you correctly, we should go ahead and open the public hearing, and then following the public hearing, we can decide whether those items, whether we need to rearrange the agendas.
That is what the policies and procedures call
Gotcha.
for, but again, you have the discretion to adjust the order as you want.
Okay. In that case, we will go ahead and open the public hearing on the two items on the consent agenda that require a public hearing, and then make changes as necessary after the public hearing. So, do we have anyone from the public who would like to speak on case number PLN PCM 2021-00822, Pacific Yard Plan Development Modifications at approximately 443 West, 700 South, or on PLN PCM 2022-01165, modifications to a design review at approximately 1050 South Washington Street? We have one member of the public. Go ahead and approach the microphone, state your name, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you. I'm James Alfondre, and we're the petitioner behind this request. We got approved when we came to plan development and design review, and as we got into not only design with the fire department and necessary distance between the curb and the building, but also as we're leasing ground floor commercial space on 9th South, it is really important to us in making sure that that commercial space is successful by having parking along 4th West. I will speak to the landscaping. We still, if I remember correctly, provide more landscaping than what's required. We don't remove any of this tree canopy, so any of the urban heat island effect is not affected. We're just removing some mulch and some landscape cover to provide on-street parking in front of this commercial space. Now, this commercial space isn't required in the zone. It was part of the approval, but the reason is to make 4th West, like the master plan says, a street that connects downtown to Granary. And if we can't have successful commercial space with the proper parking, our rights-of-ways are insanely wide. There's no reason why we can't have parking and enough space for landscaping and commercial space. And those three go together to make a vibrant, walkable, sustainable, resilient street. So as we got into this and we're having trouble leasing because we don't have parking in front of our retail space there, we want to ensure that this commercial space is as successful as possible to keep making the Granary what it is, a wonderful mixed-use neighborhood that connects to downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the audience wishing to give public comment on these two consent agenda items? Do we have any emails that have come in? We'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission to make a motion on setting the consent agenda.
Just to clarify, this would be a motion for the consent agenda for the minutes and Washington Street.
Yes. Let me just read the instructions that I've been giving. Commissioners can include recommendations to move a consent agenda item to the regular agenda in the motion if they feel the item needs more discussion. For example, I motion to approve the minutes, case number A and B, and move item C to the regular agenda. And commissioners may abstain from the minutes if they were not in attendance for the meeting that has pending minutes, or approve or deny the remaining items.
So I recognize that we are still working through the way we do consent agendas because they're fairly new to us. So I just want to clarify, because we didn't take a vote on the motion that Commissioner Scheer made, but that you used your chair prerogative to pull it off to the regular agenda.
No.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, then we need to vote on the motion that was done by Commissioner Scheer and seconded by me, because there was been no vote on that.
Yes, and also a commissioner could remake the motion to include moving that item off and also keeping the other two items on, and then we can do it all in one motion.
I'm willing to amend it that way.
Okay.
Second.
It's you're the original motion maker, so it's your discretion to accept or not. I have no say in that.
Do we then need a second on the amended motion?
No, because she just accepted it as a friendly amendment, and that's doesn't require a new motion.
Okay. So to clarify before we take a vote, the motion is to move case number PLN PCM 2021-00822 to the regular agenda and keep the minutes and case number PLN PCM 2022-01165 on the consent agenda.
So the motion should just be to approve those other two items.
Okay.
So the minutes and the
Gotcha.
not Pacific Yards matter for approval, and then moving the Pacific Yards onto the regular agenda.
Thank you for the clarification. I am very glad that we have a city attorney present to help us figure out how our new procedures should be working. So back to the
Mr. Chairman,
commissioners.
I will be happy to make the friendly amendment so that the motion will read, I move to approve the consent agenda minus number 1, Pacific Yard.
Okay.
I will continue to second it. It's not
Gotcha.
necessary.
Okay. We have a motion from Commissioner Scheer and a second from Commissioner Berry. We will go ahead and take a vote. Commissioner Santos Rivera.
Yes.
Commissioner Scheer.
Yes.
Commissioner Berry.
Yes.
Commissioner Gale.
No.
Commissioner Tuttle.
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows.
Yes.
Commissioner Bitten.
No.
And the chair will vote yes. That gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 yays and 2 nays. That approves those 2 consent agenda items, and that will move the remaining item to the regular agenda. I do have a question for staff on is it the chair's discretion as to where that item will take place on the regular agenda? If no one has any objections, we will just move that to the top of the agenda.
Okay, and it's also your discretion whether you would like to open another public hearing when that.
Thanks for the clarification. Well, with that, we have taken care of the consent agenda, and we'll move on to the regular agenda. The first item on the agenda now will be Pacific Yard Plan Development Modifications at approximately 443 West, 700 South. Case number PLN PCM 2021-00822. And our planner will be Amy Thompson.
I just have another quick question so we make sure we do this right. Do we need to vote to approve the consent agenda as modified?
That was all done in one.
Well, that was a vote to leave on the consent agenda the 2 items and move the other to a regular. I think we still need to approve the consent agenda with those 2 items. No?
No, the motion was to approve the consent agenda minus.
Okay.
That's phrased in a confusing way. It's approving the items on the agenda, and we moved one off. So the agenda itself, you approved the items, the minutes and the Washington Street.
So just for future reference, if, for example, I'm fine approving the minutes and I'm fine approving Washington Street, but I did not want to move the other item to a regular agenda. So when we take a vote like that, should we say, I'm in favor of approving the minutes and Washington Street project, but not in favor of moving Pacific Yard to the regular agenda?
As Aubrey indicated, we're making some tweaks to the policies and procedures, so that process will be ironed out a little bit more so that situation won't arise.
Okay.
And thank you to everyone for bearing while we figure out our consent agenda procedures. We'll go ahead and move on.
Good evening. I am covering this item for Kelsey. So again, this is the Pacific Yard modification. They received approval for a plan development and a design review on March 23rd, 2022. The modification is just related to the plan development approval. The modification includes reducing the size of the approved park strip and the landscaping square footage along 400 West in order to accommodate on-street parallel parking. The proposed modification to the approved design includes, again, changes to 400 West right-of-way. It was approved with a 21-foot, 5-inch wide park strip and a 13-foot, 10-inch wide sidewalk. And the enhanced park strip was to offset the additional height that was being requested through the design review process. They're now seeking to reduce this park strip to 11 feet wide and the sidewalk to 11 feet wide as well. It's important to note that the number of proposed trees has not been reduced with this modification. The reduced landscaping area, again, is to provide on-street parking for the ground floor businesses that will be located along 400 West. Staff is recommending approval for this modification. And let's see. The approval, staff's findings were based on the fact that, again, that landscaping wouldn't be changing. They're providing approximately 205 more shrubs with 721 more square feet than what is required by right. All setback and height modification requests. They are also providing large right-of-way tree species with oversized canopies in addition to some on the private site which are not required. The sizes and of the tree species proposed exceed the typical by right requirements for this type of development. And another thing that I want to note is this property is in the CG zone, but this application did come forward before the downtown building heights text amendment was adopted, so they are vested under that old ordinance. If the next steps, if the modification were not to be approved, the previous approval is still valid. And then if it were to be approved, they could move forward with these modifications. So those are just two things that I wanted to point out. Any questions? And the applicant is here.
I have a question for staff. So this is parallel parking. If it went to angled parking, how much would the parking strip be reduced even with that if they were trying to get more parking in there?
I'll let the developer speak to that. I think it would be about the same, just because I think it's, this way that's being reduced, and I don't know that that would reduce the angling it would reduce that very much, but I think they might be able to speak better to that.
Thank you.
I have a question. This requested decrease of landscaping over what was approved the first time is, it's more than is required by right, but it's less than that's required when you have an increased height. Is that right?
That's correct. So their initial request was a design review for additional height. Associated with that in the CG zone, when you request additional height, it requires a certain percentage of additional landscaping above and beyond, which would normally just be required by the CG zone. And through the plan development, they requested to reduce that. So they are providing it other places on the site. One of those places was in the park strip by widening those park strips, and now they're proposing to reduce that further than what was initially approved.
Okay. So it's not the whole story to say that they're providing more landscaping than is required by right, because they also increase the amount of landscaping required by making a taller building. So that's kind of the trade-off.
So it's like the amount of vegetation that would be required. So the amount of trees, 1 tree every 30 feet, that hasn't changed.
Okay.
The trees on site aren't required. They are providing them. The number of shrubs they're providing is above and beyond what would normally be required. But yes, the actual amount of square footage of the landscaped area is reduced.
So you're telling me the square footage is reduced based on how tall their building is, but they're more densely vegetating it.
Yes.
Thank you.
I have a quick clarification question. I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. This is for parallel parking, not for angled parking. Is that correct?
I believe it's for angled parking, but again, the developer might be able to better speak to that.
Okay. I mean, that's just confusing because the report says it's parallel parking. And I guess the other question, which maybe we just bring the applicant up, but the other question then would be, without that, is there parallel parking available on the street?
Let's go ahead and have the applicant come forward. And state your name for the record. Is your mic on?
How's that?
That's better.
I'm James Alfondre. Thanks for having me back. To answer your question, Commissioner Gale, it is parallel parking that we are proposing. Angled parking happens along 4th West to the building north of us. When we were working with the fire department, if I could start over. So the reason for this request is to make 4th West as vibrant and as livable as it can be, including robust landscaping, a robust tree canopy, and successful ground floor commercial space. And as we love to do mixed use projects where it makes sense. On 9th South specifically, we're leasing local commercial retail space there right now. And I can tell you that parking is very, very important to these tenants. It's visual. They want to see that their customer can pull up front, hop out, do what they need to do, and not have to drive around and look for parking. Now, does this parallel parking solve all those parking needs? No. But what it does, it gives, it makes those commercial spaces a better chance at being successful. And that's what we want. We want a successful public realm. And unfortunately, parking is still a big part of that in our mentality, not only as business owners, but as customers. And so as we're leasing space on 9th South, and working with the fire department on proper distances from the building to the curb to back of curb, we would love to do angled parking, but angled parking cuts in a little too much to our landscaping and to our tree canopy, that we felt like parallel parking was a good middle ground that met the needs for providing a successful retail experience, and why we were approved for extra height and what we said we would deliver on.
So the follow-up to that is there already parallel parking that can happen on the street, or is there not room for that?
There is. Sorry. So Fourth West is interesting. There's an abandoned rail going down it, right? So it bifurcates the street, and the street's been a mess for whenever Union Pacific moved west, decades ago. And there's no curb and gutter here. So I can't answer that question truthfully because I don't know. But the point of redoing Fourth West, like the master plan says, is to rehabilitate it into a mixed-use, vibrant street that connects the granary to the rest of downtown. And these improvements will also help achieve those master plan goals, while still staying true to the intent of the landscaping and the tree canopy and the more robust tree canopy that we're providing.
So can anyone from staff answer that question? If this proceeded as originally approved and there was curb and gutter put in, will there be room for parallel parking on that street, or will it not be allowed?
Sorry, I'm not sure about whether or not parallel parking would be allowed. They would still need to make those improvements to the curb and gutter. I would assume any street parking could be fair game unless there's some kind of sign that says no parking, but I'm not aware of anything like that.
It seems difficult to approve or not approve if we don't know that if we don't approve this, there will be parking available to service this ground level retail space, especially when we have expressed in the past that we really want to activate those kinds of storefronts that are developed in these multi-use type places. And if there's not parking, I mean, we've already talked about how much of that retail space that's been required is simply not utilized. And if there's not parking, I think there's very little chance it will be utilized. So I think the approval of this specifically kind of requires an answer to that question. Would they be able to have parallel parking regardless of whether this change was made or not?
We wouldn't. That's really why we're asking to cut into this curb to provide space for parallel parking. Otherwise, we're up against our travel lane is so reduced that it does not accommodate currently as planned for parking.
Okay.
So parking will not be allowed if this is not approved.
Okay, that's what I needed to know. Thank you.
I think until we actually, James, I don't want to.
I'm here for you, Brenda.
But
No.
until we actually know what the plans for the street are, we don't know if there's going to be parallel parking there or not. Because the street itself is, as you say, a mess.
It is.
And I don't know that anybody's got a capital plan to fix it, right? So we don't actually know whether there will be parallel parking or whether it's a complete street or what it is. Whether it'll have bike, we just don't know yet.
Let me just add to that. What we do know is under current conditions, if we were to build our project as planned per city code and per fire code, there would be no parallel parking in front of this property, in front of this retail space. I can't speak. We've been trying to get those tracks removed for years and years and years, so I'm hopeful that it turns into a complete street and this isn't an issue in the future. But to move forward for building permit, we thought this was important enough to create parallel parking, or otherwise it wouldn't be allowed, so the retail would struggle.
Thank you.
I don't feel any need to reopen the public hearing, but if any of the commissioners want to, we can do that. Otherwise, we can move on. Someone can make a motion.
Well, this would be the time where we have discussion and comments
Yes.
within ourselves and no longer questions.
Yeah.
So.
Can somebody, there are some photos of what this looks like right now in the report. Can someone show me where parking would be if we change it, and where parking would be if we don't, or where the landscaping would be, more importantly? It's like a super snowy picture.
You want me to pull up the report on the screen? Is that what you're asking?
There's retail parking on, what's the street to the north?
So
Seven.
what we're looking at?
I can
sorry.
go. The previous one was the previous
Yes.
approval. Do you want that one?
Could I speak to that?
Sure.
So this is what we have to build by code now to achieve, or what we thought we had to do to achieve fire code or fire aerial apparatus access and their requirements. So the yellow is, if we go to the next, the yellow is what we're talking about reducing.
Are the power poles that are existing right now, are those shown on that drawing?
There are no power pole. The power poles are along 7th South. So along 4th West, we don't have current power poles. There might be some light poles, but they're not Rocky Mountain Power transmission lines. Let me backtrack. There is power lines that come about 20 feet deep into the property along 4th West that we have plans to underground and relocate to make that no power lines and the aerial apparatus access requirement for the city. And then if we go to the next slide, we'll see now that yellow has been reduced. If you see at the top where it cuts in at an angle, and then those are the parallel parking spots. And so that's the landscape area, that's yellow, that we're talking about reducing in order to accommodate these parallel parking stalls.
The sidewalk took a couple feet.
Yeah, so we go up to 19 feet. Yes, but also it's not just the yellow that's the sidewalk, right? The sidewalk is the left of the yellow.
Right.
And we have, if you can see to the corner, we pull our building back to have outside patio space, and we're having outside patio for hopefully a really great restaurant there. So we do get a little narrower on the sidewalk, but we're going to design such great retail space, and we have large awnings coming out with big street canopies that it's actually going to feel really intimate and nice. And 11 feet is still a really healthy sidewalk. And if you got to rub shoulders with your neighbors, you're trying to get through the granary, that's what we want. We want this kind of scale, this pedestrian scale that we really don't find throughout the city.
Well, I will comment that I think, first of all, I've always liked this project. I think it's a really great design. When they came in for conditional approval, they asked for additional height, and they also asked to be waived for the 10-foot setback that was at the time. I think in the new zoning it will not be there, but in this when they came in, there were 10-foot setbacks all around it from the street. So reducing the 10-foot setbacks and adding height is such a great idea. But even then, I was concerned that the amount of landscaping that we had been asking for, or that was required, was not being fulfilled. Now, when they came back again, correct me if I'm wrong, there was a dispute about whether, or maybe it was resolved with the planner that they in fact did have enough landscaping because they were able to count the mid-block walkway that they put in there. So that was enough. That was enough, right? And you're still counting even with this coming out, you're still over 12,000. Is that what you're saying? Because 12,000, I think, was the requirement. Or 7,700.
So I think with this, that it would essentially be reducing it by 1,308 square feet.
So the reason I'm concerned is that we are constantly being bombarded with people wanting to reduce the landscaping, reduce the landscaping, reduce the landscaping. And I know that it's extremely important, especially in downtown, that we maintain a certain amount of landscaping, both for the urban heat island, but just for a pleasantness of walking. So that is why I wanted to have this discussion.
What are other parking options for these spaces if they're not in front? Because 4 spaces aren't going to accommodate everybody who wants to go in those stores, hopefully, anyway. But
Exactly. It's psychological. We're finding out for the local businesses. We're trying to come into these spaces. Parking
are there real life parking spaces though? In reality, are they in a parking terrace somewhere or around the corner or something like that? Like, where would you park to go there if you don't get these spaces?
There's street parking throughout the Grand. Every other street has angled street parking.
Okay.
Even along 4th West to the north of us. The city's changed its policies recently on cutting into landscaping area to provide angled parking. So that's why we're having this discussion now. We would love to do angled parking there while still keeping and providing enough parking. But you're right. I mean, it's not many spaces, but it's a psychological thing. And when we look at the Granary District, our streets we can go on the plat of Zion and what the original intent was there, but we have too much asphalt. We have so much parking on all of our streets. That's good. And 4th West is just a little of an anomaly because it has abandoned railroad. If this wasn't 4th West with abandoned railroads, we wouldn't be having this discussion because there'd be plenty of room to provide angled parking even while still maintaining a landscape buffer.
So for scale, if we look at page 36 of the report, it shows a rendering of the park strip landscaping on 700 South. Is that the same measurements that would be the original sidewalk and park strip on 400? So I'm just trying to look for something that will help folks visualize.
So I would say it's a different it's a different setback that we have from 7th to 4th.
Okay.
But I would say that rendering is illustrative of the amount of landscaping we're going to be providing in our landscaping area. So what I like about the new ordinance for building height and building activation is it has some more teeth to the landscaping requirement, where if you look to Evo, which is a fantastic building, but just the CG zone never had a lot of bite in its landscaping requirements. So it was mostly mulch and gravel with little cover. So this is more illustrative of the amount of landscaping we're going to have in our landscaping area. Even though it's a smaller space, we're fitting a lot more in than what's required.
I wonder if some of the design experts can help me. If it feels like the corner where it's wide and then it cuts in for the parking, if it was wide again on the other side, would that make a difference to the way the landscape acts?
I think if it were wide at the other side, like
So there were only
those are
3
called bump
spaces,
outs when
yeah,
you have that like
yeah.
that. It actually you wouldn't have enough room to have. I mean, you have to have a certain length to have a parallel parking space. It's not like the length of a car. It's like longer than the length of a car by a lot, actually. So you wouldn't really have. You'd have to take up. And we don't know what's going to happen south of there. At least I don't know what happens south there.
And I would just like to reiterate that we're specifying and providing as we looked through, and when we came back, Brenda, and we were talking about more landscaping and how we're going to provide more in a smaller space, and the canopy, we worked closely with the planners to choose the largest spreading canopy trees that is allowed on the city list. That isn't a requirement by zone, but that was part of our discussion about getting extra height and setbacks. So that doesn't change. So the the canopy that we initially discussed and proposed hasn't changed. It's just some ground cover that we're talking about reducing. So when we talk about heat island effect, and we still have that robust canopy, so that's not going to change. We're just going to have some more parking that will help make that retail successful.
Would anyone like to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, based on the information presented and discussion, I move that the commission approve this application based on the staff's recommendation.
I second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Bitton and a second from Commissioner Gale. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and vote. Commissioner Tuttle.
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows.
Yes.
Commissioner Bitton.
Yes.
Commissioner Santos Rivera.
Yes.
Commissioner Scheer.
No.
Commissioner Berry.
Yes.
Commissioner Gale.
Yes.
And the chair will also vote yes. That gives us 7 yes and 1 no, and the motion passes.
Thank you.
We will go ahead and move to the regular agenda, to item 1. Continuation of Wigan Center conditional use at approximately 235 South Rio Grande. Case number PLN PCM 2023-00050, and our planner is Seth Rios.
So as you mentioned, this is a continuation of an item that was tabled at the May 24th Planning Commission meeting. The initial request was a proposal for a 5,000 square foot addition for the Wigan Center, which is a social service mission. Staff recommended approval of the conditional use May meeting and continues to recommend approval. The applicant requested that the item be tabled at the May 24th meeting in order for them to have more time to work with the downtown community and to update their security and operations plan. I'm going to go through some of the changes that the Wigan Center has made since the May 24th meeting. So in the last few months, they worked with the Salt Lake City Police Department to go through an official SEPTED review. That stands for Crime Prevention Through Environmental Design. So these are the changes that were recommended as a result of Salt Lake City Police Department's official SEPTED review. The first one is that the Wigan Center removed the existing bushes in the courtyard. This is to remove any potential hiding spots and to simplify surveillance rounds by security staff. The second is to repair existing cameras and add additional ones. In total, there will now be 7 exterior cameras and 22 interior cameras at the Wigan Center. The Wigan Center staff was also instructed to frequently check restrooms, lock the custodial and storage areas, and keep their hallways properly lit. So the Wigan Center has submitted new plans that comply with the recommendations made by the Salt Lake City Police Department. They were included in the memo that was posted online last week. Over the last few months, the Wigan Center also held several meetings with community members of the downtown area. As a result of those meetings, they came up with 7 different proposals that they wish to add to their security and operations plan. I'm just going to go through and walk through each one. So the first is to install a minimum of 4 signs that read no camping, no loitering, no littering. Each of these signs will cite city code and the specific penalties associated with the violation of these codes. The second is installation of additional lighting along 200 South and Rio Grande. That's to help with natural surveillance of the property. That's something that was brought up in the SEPTED review by the police department. Next, the Wigan Center's contracted security will patrol sidewalks during business hours. They will do their best to deter individuals from camping, loitering, and littering. They have agreed to log all illegal activity, keep track of it, and then make it available to Salt Lake City Police Department whenever that's needed. They've also agreed to contact Salt Lake City Police Department whenever illegal activity is taking place on the street and on the property. They also agreed to allow access to exterior security cameras whenever the Salt Lake City Police Department requests that access. They will require IDs for individuals who use the Wigan Center. These IDs include a photo of the patrons. They will log all entries into the Wigan Center. This info is also available to Salt Lake City Police Department. The Wigan Center agrees to send its remaining plans to the planning department to ensure that it's going to be used for mental health services as they've talked about. And then the last one is they agree to meet on a regular basis with the Gateway community to address any issues that may come up as a result of the operations of the Wigan Center. So staff finds that the proposal continues to comply with the standards of review and is continuing to recommend approval with the same condition that they file their proposed security and operations plan and conduct their operations according to this plan. Any questions?
Thank you. Let's go ahead and have the applicant come forward, and you'll have 10 minutes. And go ahead and state your name for the record, too.
Randy Chappell, Director of Basic Needs for CCS.
Do you have a presentation?
No,
Okay.
like Seth mentioned, and the last time we met with community around the Wigan Center and Vinnie's. I had a great discussion on information or concerns that they had. We worked together with the community on some of those issues that they are facing or seeing, things that we can address on our side to be the great neighbor and community partner that we want to be. And we agreed to those things that Seth was brought up in those 8 items. Some of those we already are doing, and some of them we have been doing. And so I feel like from those meetings that individuals from the community are supportive of our project. I won't speak on their behalf, but I felt like those meetings have been super effective and efficient. So.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the commission?
So I have a request. I feel like in the future for items that have been tabled, it would be helpful to get the original report also in there. Additionally, actually include the conditional use standards because they're not in the memo. And in this case, we have 2 new commissioners who were not present for the May 24th meeting. And I feel can't quite do the proper evaluation with what we've been presented. So that's a request for the future when we table an item.
I'm actually in complete agreement with Commissioner Berry. In fact, I'm in such complete agreement, I do not think it is reasonable to ask the Planning Commission to approve this night because we do not have the documents necessary to do so.
Yeah, I'm wondering what conditional standard it is that I'm supposed to look at to see if the police should be able to see a picture of every single person that comes into your facility, because I'm not sure what standard makes me feel like that's a better idea. So it's hard to argue for or
I'm in
against
favor of this
those.
project, but I'm actually familiar with the former project, and I think everybody should have the chance to actually look at the documents. What's presented in this document is completely insufficient for decision making.
I have a procedural question for leadership. Would if the commission were to move forward with the idea of tabling this to that we had the documents provided for review, would we do that prior to opening a public hearing, or would we do it after and then just continue to keep the public hearing open?
I believe you left the public, when you tabled it last time, I believe you left the public hearing open, and therefore staff has provided notice to the public to attend, to make comments. So consistent with our practice, even when we have received requests to table by applicants prior to the meeting, we would suggest that you have the public hearing tonight to receive any community comments that anyone wishes to provide, and then afterwards, if the commission wishes, consider any tabling.
So, Mr. Chair, at this point, I would suggest maybe you think about opening the public comment period.
Yes, if there's no further questions, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Do we have anyone from the Community Council who wishes to speak? Yes, go ahead and approach the microphone, state your name from the record. Which Community Council are you from?
So I'm Brian Hill. I'm the chair of the Downtown Community Council. But tonight, I am not speaking on behalf of the Downtown Community Council. I'm speaking on behalf of the Gateway community, the Rio Grande community. Obviously, the Downtown Community Council has weighed in on this. I think, you know, a few months ago, as we attended this meeting, we had a very different perspective. We were not in favor at all of the expansion due to the significant hardship that is created in the Gateway community, the Rio Grande neighborhood, you know, with just with the negative effects that come from, you know, with the drug use, with the loitering, with the camping, the negative effects, the impact it creates on the community. But based off of, as Randy shared, over the past few months, we have worked collaboratively to come up with some things that we felt would help reduce that impact on the neighborhood. I mean, we don't believe that it's perfect. We don't believe that it's, you know, a total magic wand, but it's certainly a step in the right direction. And so based off of that, I just had a few things I wanted to share. So on behalf of the many businesses, employees, and residents in the Gateway Rio Grande area, we want to thank CCS for their partnership on the terms of the CUP. Their understanding and coordination of this issue will assist in mitigating the impacts of soon-to-be larger homeless population in the area. And we say that just, you know, with the expansion, it could certainly bring additional people in. As many of you know, the businesses and resident community has struggled with the negative impacts caused by a small portion of the unsheltered community. The solutions that were identified through this process, like additional signage, lighting, ID program, and this was the big one for us, security on the exterior perimeter of the center. Prior to this, there was not a whole lot of security to deter individuals from setting up, from camping, from loitering, from, you know, just kind of creating a nuisance in the neighborhood. We believe this will assist in deterring illegal camping, loitering, littering, and other activities that make the area unsafe and unhealthy for everyone, including the homeless that need the critical services and the CCS provides. And we certainly look forward to the ongoing monitoring and coordination to ensure that the project is an issue. So with that being said, we come here, I guess the best way to say it is cautiously in support of the expansion based on the letter that Randy sent. You know, if the conditions that we've come together on, if those are implemented as a condition for the CUP, then we do come here tonight in support.
Thank you. We do have one card for someone wishing to give comment from Ralph Becker.
Mr. Chair, we have put the previous staff report in the Dropbox.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's the very last document in the Dropbox for this item.
It was also linked in the original report for today. So we did have access. Well, it came up fine on mine.
Thank you. State your name for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Ralph Becker, Salt Lake City. First, I appreciate the work that you're doing. I served in your role for 7 years and served in other roles representing folks for the city. I've been a resident of this neighborhood now for 6 years, moved in very intentionally and with full knowledge. I can tell you that the conditions, if you don't live in this neighborhood or have a business in this neighborhood, you do not know. And the anger you see reflected in people is because the conditions in this neighborhood have worsened substantially in the 6 years I've lived there. And it is not the fault of well-intentioned people, and it's not the fault of the Wigan Center, but this proposal is before you. And so I'd like to comment on that. The agreement, I've had a chance to look at it. I submitted some comments before, I think, in written form. I was out of town at the time of your meeting, but the comments that you have before you is definitely substantial progress, I think, in addressing conditions that are needed for a facility of this type and the expansion of a facility in this area. But it is also still lacking in really important respects that I hope you can consider for conditions. One is this place operates from 7 to 7. Adjacent places have overnight shelter. The need is for 24/7 security. I've been by there twice today, and I can tell you that in both instances, I saw conditions that none of you would find acceptable in your neighborhood. The police were there this evening when I went by, but they're observers for the most part. I don't blame them, I don't blame anyone, but the conditions are simply unacceptable for anyone that's going to be a neighbor in this area. So looking at 24/7 security, the success of Mill Creek this last winter was largely because they had queuing inside the facility, not outside. There's nothing about queuing being inside the facility, inside the fenced area. And finally, I think in terms of accountability and implementation, the city needs to be involved in those meetings, and the city needs to assume responsibilities. I know they will. So those are 3 additional items. Again, I appreciate the chance to visit with you.
Thank you. We have 2 more cards. Amy Hawkins.
While we're waiting for Ms. Hawkins, SAS staff report does have a link to the previous staff report that we just dropped in. So it is in there. There's a link to the video.
When I downloaded it, that link wouldn't work for me over the weekend. So sometimes they work and sometimes they don't. So I couldn't get it to work when I downloaded what was in the staff report or what was in the Dropbox this weekend. But I can see it now because you just put it in the Dropbox.
Thanks.
State your name for the record and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi there. My name is Amy Hawkins. I serve as chair of the Ballpark Community Council, but I'm not speaking tonight in that capacity. I'm speaking tonight because I had the privilege to be part of these discussions for months with Catholic Community Services, led by Randy Chappell and the Gateway and Rio Grande Business and Residential Community, and led by Brian Hill in particular. And I applaud their efforts to actually compromise and find solutions. We spent a lot of hours in conference rooms together. I was invited to attend because I serve as a board member on Solutions Utah, but more broadly because I serve as a community leader in another neighborhood, Ballpark, that's felt disproportionate effects of hosting a homeless resource center and a variety of other services. I know some of you have heard me say this before, but for the new members of the Planning Commission, originally our city council members and other city leaders told us that these resources would have minimal impact on the neighborhood. In fact, one of our Salt Lake City council members at the time, no longer serving, described to KRCL that the Homeless Resource Center would serve as an economic catalyst for the neighborhood. And I think that did not turn out to be the case is an understatement. So while I'm not a resident of the downtown neighborhood, I understand Mayor Becker's perspective of what it's like to witness conditions deteriorating. And I'm not stating this to be cruel or comical, but to note that the consequences of locating or expanding already existing homeless services in a neighborhood can be really profound. They can be unanticipated for city policymakers who will promise our neighborhoods the opposite of what will happen without a method of recourse for residents and business owners, and they can have a negative impact on people experiencing homelessness themselves. Some of the people who died in the past few years in the Ballpark neighborhood have been themselves people experiencing homelessness. And I realize it sounds extremely dramatic to put it in terms of deaths, but I don't have other data to share with you. So that's what I'm bringing to you today. Thank you for your time, and thank you for the diplomacy of everybody involved in these discussions.
Our next card, I think it's Lisa Covey. Go ahead and state your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Lisa Covey, and I have lived in the Gateway area for about 6 years now. Throughout the meetings between the Catholic Community Services and the Gateway Rio Grande community, I have seen how much we all care about our community and the passion we have for everyone in it.
Ma'am, can you please speak closer to the microphone? I can't
Sorry.
hear you.
I have seen how much we all care about our community and the passion for everyone in it. I believe the points of the agreement we have agreed on are a step in the right direction, and I truly hope that we can continue collaborating with the Wigan Center to keep moving forward. As a resident of the area, my main concern is still the safety of my community. And I hope that with all that we've agreed upon, the Salt Lake City Public Services will also take more of an active role in enforcing and patrolling the area in order to help make things a successful collaboration between everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else who would like to give public comment? Have we received any emails? Okay. I'm going to state that we will go ahead and close the public hearing, keeping in mind that if we do choose to table this item, we can choose also to keep it open. Do we have any discussion?
I have a question. To the point of queuing inside of the gates of this, is that possible? Is there room in there?
So yeah, inside the Wigan Courtyard, there is options or space that they can queue. Right now for lunch or meal services, they do line up in our Wigan Courtyard and go to the dining hall through that way. I think there's issues on 2nd South because we have sack lunches that are being passed out on 2nd South through the diocese. And so, but for what CCS operates, they all queue in the Wigan Courtyard to go to the meal service.
So, yeah, to kind of extend on that, so regarding to Standard 6 and Standard 8, I would really like to understand more how this project is. I don't know that they necessarily comply as they're written. So Standard 6 talks about that internal circulation system. How is it designed to mitigate the negative impacts? Because clearly, I mean, I used to work at the Rio Grande Depot, and so we're down there a lot. I know how the impacts of them on the sidewalk, nobody can walk by there. So specifically to Standard 6 and the internal circulation system, as well as Standard 8, which is access to the site, which does not unreasonably impact the service level of abutting businesses or the adjacent street, which right now we clearly do because people have to end up walking in the street because they can't walk on the sidewalk. So I'd really like to hear how maybe staff also feels that those particular two standards are really met, because you've in the previous staff report indicated no detrimental impact, but I don't necessarily agree with that.
Yes.
And then also how you feel like this project might improve on those two things.
So one of the proposed changes with the new design is they're going to move the day room from the west side of the property, which is close to the gate, close to the sidewalk. They're moving that as far to the east side as possible. And the reason that was explained to me was to bring people from the sidewalk into the courtyard area. So that's a proposed change with this new design. That's not what's currently there, but that's what they are proposing to build with the new expansion. So, I mean, it will pull people from the sidewalk further into the courtyard area to queue them in the fence area, in the gated area. That is why we put on Standard 6 that it complies with the design.
like Seth said, that is our goal. And then with our security walking the sidewalks, our goal is for them to move people inside instead of on the sidewalks. Those that need help, we want them inside the Wigan Center receiving those services and those pieces of it. And so every hour, security goes outside and reminds people that they can't loiter, they can't camp, but then also making sure that they know that they can go inside the Wigan Center to receive those services needed to.
Is that different than how you operate now? Is your conditional use request to increase your space inside going to allow you to alter how you have them queue or wait in the inside areas? Or is that like how it should be going now? I mean, it's just not. So I guess I'm curious how your expansion is going to allow you the opportunity to redesign how they're accessing those spaces.
I think we're bringing, with our expansion, we're bringing services from upstairs to downstairs to where that's more accessible to those individuals. We're moving the entrance to, like Seth said, on the east side of the building. But previously, our security hasn't been walking the streets or the sidewalks, referring or suggesting those individuals come into the Wigan Center. The whole Wigan Center project is to upgrade our services. The building is 30, 40 years old. It needs to be updated. The additional 5,000 square feet is for mental health services, which 90% of the population down in the Rio Grande area struggles from mental health illness. And so that's the whole purpose of this expansion, is to bring in that additional square feet to where we can provide the mental health services, but also upgrade our building.
Mr. Chair, I have two questions. The first one goes to the specific proposal and on enforceability. Could staff kind of speak, there's a lot of conditions here listed. Can you kind of speak to what enforcement would look like if one of the conditions were not met?
Yeah, I'm going to refer to the managers for that one.
If there are any conditions of conditional use that aren't met, yes, thank you. With any conditional use permit at Salt Lake City, they would come to planning first, and we would investigate if there was any validity to that claim, and work with the operators and enforcement to rectify that.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to clarify that on to Michaela. So a conditional use, if they then are not in compliance, can be rescinded.
Absolutely. It could be revoked.
Yeah, so if the conditional use here is that they're expanding their building, like you're not going to make them tear down what they've built. So how would the city then revoke a conditional use such as this? I'm curious.
They wouldn't be able to expand their services in that area or operate in that area.
So I'm wondering if Commissioner Benton, if the question is, as I heard you ask it, is once they've built their expansion and they're operating, but they fail to follow some of those security and operation guidelines that they've agreed to, what is the city's position then on how we would try to help them enforce that operations plan? Because I feel like revoking the conditional use at that point is mute because they've already built the expansion. The physical building is expanded.
The city definitely has liaisons that work with all of the providers throughout the city. I mean, it's in their best interest, it's in our best interest that these conditional uses and that they're following all security and operations, any sort of condition that's applied, right, to mitigate these. We would absolutely work with them. But even with a homeless resource center, one of the new ones that received conditional use permits, technically they could be revoked, whether there's a building there or not. And that means that that use would not be allowed in that building. Does that answer your question?
Thank you.
Is there any history of like investigation for enforcement of the conditional use of this facility in the last however many decades it's been there, or you've been using a conditional use? Because I hear a lot of complaints about how bad this facility is, and so I wonder if anyone's ever complained to planning for, like, well, let's take away this use. Has that ever happened?
I'm sure it has happened. I'm not prepared with a list of what those complaints have been since then.
Or
They
have there
don't
been
have a
like
con-
official enforcement actions taken?
They
You know
don't
what I
have a
mean?
conditional use. So when they began operating in 1995, it was listed as a permitted use. So they're required to get a conditional use now because it's an expansion bigger than 1,000, which requires them to get a conditional use. When they began operating, it was just a permitted use. So there was no need for the conditional use to be revoked. There was no, any enforcement or any issues with the law would have been reported.
So
Police
if they don't do this expansion, then then they can continue doing what they've done as a permitted use.
Yes.
So
And they
now that
can-
it's a conditional use, we can bully them into taking pictures of all of their clients and having police like direct access to their cameras and stuff like that because they're wanting to expand a facility that they've already been using in this way for years. It seems frustrating to me that's the point that this is at, because last time we talked about this, there aren't concerns about how tall this building is, like the addition. I think that there was we felt like it would improve the situation of this facility, except the community wasn't happy with maybe how tight the rules were, or how often they would call police, or if they were going to keep lists of what illegal activities that they saw to pass on. And I'm not sure that the only change that's being made now is to that security and operations plan besides last time that we saw it. And I wonder if those things affect the actual standards that we're supposed to be considering. If you know what I mean? If requiring now that they call the police every time they see illegal activity, or that they have 24/7 or whatever it is security walking out on the sidewalks around their building, if that actually affects the use of the building that they have. Do you know what I mean? I feel like it's stepping that change is now a bigger requirement than maybe what is in the conditional use rules.
Conditional use standard 4, the anticipated detrimental impacts of a proposed use can be mitigated by the imposition of reasonable conditions, and the safety and operations plan, in my mind, would then fall within those reasonable conditions to mitigate those impacts. And that includes all of the things that the community has addressed, the loitering, the littering, all of those types of things. So I personally don't know that requiring a safety and operations plan imposes something beyond the standards, because I think it actually helps us comply with standard 4.
Well, they presented a safety and operations plan last time. You know what I mean? They had one, but the neighborhood just didn't think it was strong enough.
Well,
so
and the applicant requested the tabling so they could talk to the community more.
Right,
so.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what the difference is now. So what they
I
have
see
now
what you're saying, Commissioner
is
Burrows.
a more strict safety and operations plan that includes them doing things that aren't on their property. Do you know what I mean? We don't.
Can I comment on what you're saying, which is that, I think one of the things to consider in this application is that without approving a conditional use and without approving an additional, the additional space, then we don't have anything in terms of an operations plan. So this actually, in some ways, makes this a much safer place for the neighborhood, and has more in common with what the neighborhood would really like to happen. So if we don't have approval, and if they go away without making these changes, then we don't have that leverage.
I'm saying I think the leverage was used as a hammer when it could have been something else. It seems like some of those requirements on that safety plan are wild. They're too far. It's too far for it to take a picture of every single person that comes into your facility for treatment. It's too far to keep a list now that they have to keep a list of every illegal thing that they see happening. And these aren't attorneys, these aren't police officers, these are caregivers. And it seems like that went way too far, where the considerations that you make are, and you just have to mitigate the negative impacts, right? You don't have to get rid of them. So you have to provide lighting or something like that. That's what I think. I think that this safety and operations plan is pretty heavy-handed, and I mean, I would be surprised to hear if the Wigan Center is probably walking a fine balance between what the community says they want and what they're trying to accomplish, but I would be surprised if they hadn't already thought of these things last time, that they're not necessarily things that they think are going to improve the working of this facility or the service that they're giving.
So one comment on that, and then I want to follow up on Commissioner Bitton. Is that correct? Bitton's first question, acknowledging that you have a second, and that's still, at least in my mind. Some of these conditions, I agree, are not just overburdensome, but some of them may not be legal. If if folks are coming in for mental health care, taking photos of all of them and giving free access to that may violate, for example, HIPAA. So I don't know how these have been evaluated in terms of legality, and I don't think that's our job necessarily, but I will just say I think that's a consideration for sure. And then my question, did you want to respond to that? Sorry, you looked like you wanted to say something.
I was going to respond back to Commissioner Burrows. So some of those things we already are doing. We've been doing them for years, like the ID cards. We started those when Operation Rio Grande was going on down there, and that's just a continuing thing. And so every individual that comes into the Wigan Center has a Wigan ID card. They use that for transportation. It's their whole ID system. Some of them don't have driver's license, and so that's things that we're already doing. We've been doing for years. So adding that to the conditions isn't a huge challenge to us. That's how we track our funding. Mm-hmm. That's how we know how many individuals are coming into the Wigan Center, and so adding that to that conditions isn't a big issue for us. So.
Okay, so then following up on the enforcement question, Deputy Director Octay, are there enforcement measures? I just want to make sure she knows I'm speaking to her. Yeah. Are there enforcement measures short of revoking the right to continue with a conditional use, which, to be clear, would only apply to this section that we would be approving the conditional use for tonight. It wouldn't be for the entire facility. So are there enforcement measures short of revocation that were violations of these conditions reported, zoning and planning could enforce somewhere short of just revoking the conditional use?
So civil enforcement has fines generally as part of their toolkit, and conditional use permits can also be suspended and not outright revoked.
Great. I will cede to Commissioner Bitton. Thank you for waiting patiently.
My second question is a process question, and it's not related to the actual application. But considering that Commissioner Santos Rivera and I are both new and we're not here for the original conversation, I am wondering if the commission were to move forward with this and we both abstained, could it still move forward? Or would we be denying a quorum or anything? You didn't hear that?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah. So going back to the original comment from Commissioner Barry, since I was not here for the first conversation on this, if the commission decided to move forward, and just using Commissioner Santos Rivera and myself as an example, if we were to abstain, would that impede the commission's ability to move forward with this?
No, you still have a quorum. Your vote would just be an abstention.
Yeah.
Yeah, according to our policies and procedures, you would just need to state a reason why you're abstaining for the record.
Yeah. And to
be
abstaining
clear, or recusing myself. I just want to make sure I'm saying the right thing.
What?
Would it be abstain or recusing myself?
No, recusing yourself would be like you removed yourself from this entire discussion and left the room, like Commissioner Benton did last time. Abstaining is just saying, I'm not going to cast a vote on this, but then you just have to state why for the record per our policies and procedures.
So, and I just want to be clear, I don't think anyone is suggesting that there's a requirement that you abstain. You were provided with the original staff report as well as a link to the original meeting. So you had access to the entire discussion and to the entire report. So this is not a question of whether you had access to sufficient records to make a decision. And I would just say, you know, to the extent any of us have difficulty with technology, we reach out to staff as early on in the process as possible to ask them to add those specifically to the Dropbox. But we did have access to all of these records.
My question is it true that the conditional use will, for this property, will only be on that expansion of the building, or is it for the whole space?
It is only as to the expansion.
So if they don't follow these rules where they currently have a building, then they can't be in danger of losing that conditional use?
That is correct. The current footprint of the use was permitted. We cannot in this process attach conditions to the use that is presently existing.
So Commissioner Burrows, the existing use was permitted by right. It was not a conditional use.
That if one of the requirements of this safety operations plan is that they have to have security walking on the sidewalks, telling their clients not to stand on the side, or just people who are near there not to stand on the sidewalks, that's not occurring in the space of the new expansion. So how does that work? What if they just don't do it?
There's not a temporal spatial requirement for conditions to address reasonably anticipated detrimental effects. It doesn't have to occur right in a particular spot. So a condition that encompasses the entire perimeter, the existing courtyard or whatever, those are fine even if it is not physically in the addition.
So if the community complains about that they're not following this, which I realize you're doing IDs right now and you're encouraging people not to camp and that kind of stuff, but if it becomes now part of the requirement for them to have an expansion, now it's like recorded with the county, then aren't they on the hook for so much more than they were? You know what I mean? Like, would that become a reason, like they're like, oh, well, this guy got in and he doesn't have an ID, so now we don't feel like you're following your safety and operations plan, and now you're not mitigating the use of this property to the you know, you haven't appeased the community. Can they say then
it will
you
be
can't keep
enforceable
using
conditions?
Yeah, that seems like a lot. Like they're already doing some of the stuff, and now it's recorded with the county, and I mean, I guess the only danger is they're at risk of being able to not be able to use their 10,000 foot larger, their addition, but they could still use the courtyard the way it is being used. They could still use the existing offices the way they're being used. It seems like it went too far since May, and it doesn't seem like, I mean, May is now a very long time ago, so when we table things, it takes forever for them to come back to us. And I don't think this one came back to us with an improvement. I think it came back with things that the neighborhoods think that they want. Like, do you think you want a picture of every person coming into this facility, but these are people who are mentally ill or people who just came to get dinner? And does that improve your neighborhood if they take pictures of every person who comes into the Wigan Center? Does it improve your neighborhood if now a security guard there is writing down every illegal thing they think that they see? They're writing down jaywalking or whatever it is. Does that really improve your neighborhood? Does it really mitigate the use of this as a mission? I don't think that it does. So I don't think that this security and operations plan is an improvement over what we saw last time. But I don't know how to vote. I think they should be able to have the expansion without this particular safety and operations plan. I think it's too much. I think it's too heavy-handed.
Well, as a person who also lives in the neighborhood, I understand that this is something that the Wigan Center has agreed to and is a product of a number of meetings and therefore has some sense of being something that not only the community but the Wigan Center wants, and therefore I'm not in favor of loosening any of the requirements of it. Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
Based on the information presented in discussion, I move that the commission approve this application based on staff's recommendation.
I'll second the motion.
May I suggest a friendly amendment?
We have a motion from Commissioner Scheer and a second from Commissioner Tuttle. Go ahead and suggest your friendly amendment.
That we add a condition that the center do all they can in good faith to keep their queues related to their services within their property, either fenced in or on the interior of the building. You did say that's something that's workable, right?
That's fine with me.
Is that also fine with, okay.
Okay.
That's been accepted by the motion and the motion maker and the seconder. We will go ahead and have a vote. Commissioner Gale.
Yes.
Commissioner Tuttle.
Yes.
Commissioner Berry.
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows.
I'll vote yes, but I said my piece.
Commissioner Scheer.
Yes.
Commissioner Bitten.
Yes, and I'd like to note that I share Commissioner Burrow's concerns.
Commissioner Santos Rivera.
May I abstain myself from this vote?
Yes, you may, but we
Thank
do
you.
require that you state why you're abstaining.
Absolutely, based on the fact that I wasn't present on May 24th when the initial staff meeting was conducted. Thank you.
And the chair will also vote yes. That is 7 yes votes and 1 abstention. I think at this point we probably need a break. And given the fact that we have to use the elevator to reach the restrooms, we will take a 10-minute break and we'll reconvene at 7:18. We've got a request from staff for 2 more minutes, so we'll get started shortly.
Is in addition to the minimum requirement for front yard landscaping. The standards of approval that were considered by staff when reviewing the proposal are as follows. The standards for design review were whether the proposal supports the purpose statement of the general commercial zone, whether it complies with the zoning standards for development, whether it supports the goals of the city's adopted master plans, and whether it is compliant with the design review design standards. And for the plan development, the project must achieve at least one objective. It must be consistent with the downtown master plan. It must meet the plan development design standards, and generally, the project must result in a more enhanced product than what would be achievable through strict application of the zoning ordinance. As I stated before, the requested modifications are for additional building height and also for a reduction to the total amount of required landscaping. For additional building height, the image on the screen shows the requested height of the building, and the dotted red line shows the maximum height that is allowed in the CG zone without design review approval, which is 60 feet. The requested height is 85 feet 6 inches, and in considering the proposal, staff found that the increased building height would result in a project that supports the policies that are outlined in planned SLC, housing SLC, and the downtown master plan by providing additional floor area, which will increase the number of affordable residential units. As stated in the applicant's narrative, the building is primarily oriented towards the mid-block walkway, which is on the eastern side of the building, and the purpose of this is to reduce pedestrian presence along 500 South, which is an on-ramp to I-15. The applicant has also provided pedestrian-oriented elements for the facades that face 500 South and 500 West, and these include glass along the ground floor of the 500 South facing facade, material changes, and an art installation composed of metal mesh to form imagery of mountains to add texture and detailing to the lower floors. Along 500 West, the applicant has incorporated glass into the parking garage doors and the pedestrian entrance, and the art installation has been continued along this facade as well. The plan development request is to reduce the total amount of landscaping that is required for the project. In the CG zone, if additional height is granted, additional landscaping must be provided over and above the minimum requirements. That additional required landscaping must be equal to 10% of the additional floor area that would be granted by the additional height. So for this project, the required additional landscaped area is 5,359 square feet. The applicant is proposing 3,631 square feet, and the image on the right shows the location of the proposed landscaping at the 4th floor courtyard area and within ground floor yard areas. And again, this is in addition to the required front yard areas along 500 South and 500 West, which require a 10-foot landscaped yard. The request is would reduce the landscaping requirement, would allow about 1,700 square feet less than what is required. The plan development process is intended to encourage efficient use of land and resources and support city goals identified in the downtown master plan. Staff believes this has been accomplished by providing affordable housing and by supporting the overall block redevelopment. The proposal efficiently utilizes available lot area by building up rather than out and concentrates open space landscaping and gathering areas into mid-block walkways and a future park, which will be accessible to all residents and visitors. The proposal meets all of the plan development objectives to varying degrees. However, the main two objectives that are met by the proposal are for Objective C, housing, and Objective F, master plan implementation. The project meets the housing objective by providing affordable housing in the 180 total units, and all of those units will be for use by residents with an income of 60% AMI or less. And the proposal meets Objective F, Master Plan implementation, by supporting the downtown master plan by providing a project that is consistent with policies for urban form, housing choice, and pedestrian-oriented development to further develop the city's entrance to downtown from I-15. The proposal will provide high-quality housing near the central core of employment and services in the downtown area, improve the mixed-use quality of the neighborhood by contributing to pedestrian-friendly, high-density housing, and support mass and active transportation initiatives. Staff has one recommended condition, and that is that final approval of the details for lighting and screening of ground-mounted utility boxes be delegated to the planning staff to verify compliance with the associated plan development and design review standards. The applicant is proposing ground-mounted utility boxes to be provided along the 500 West facade. This area where the ground-mounted utility boxes will be obscured from public view by a screening element that is compatible with the architectural design of the building in accordance to the plan development and design review standards. Staff is recommending that review of the final details of the transformer screening be delegated to planning staff as a condition of approval. The art installation that is composed of metal mesh screening that will be along the 500 South and 500 West facades will be further enhanced by backlighting to highlight the design. The applicant has provided a photometric plan, but has not yet provided details on the lighting that will be provided with the art installation. Because of this, staff has recommended final approval of the details of lighting be delegated to staff. As stated before, staff's recommendation is approval with the previously discussed condition and the condition, which is the same condition that is listed in the staff report. I'm happy to take any questions at this time, and the applicant is also here.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and have the applicant come forward. State your name for the record, and you'll have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Jonathan Hardy. I represent BCG Holdings, and happy to be back here. We were just here last month. And I come before you to talk about affordable housing projects. So I know you guys are semi-familiar with the silos block, those of you who have reviewed this back in June, so some of this will be a refresher, but as an advocate for affordable housing, this is my favorite part of this whole phased implementation. And I think we have a presentation loaded up. So just to give you a bit of background on who's involved in this project, similar players that you've seen on the previous silos presentation. Our group, BCG Holdings, lead developer on this, Low Property Group. Also, we've been partners on the Post District, just east of this project, and we're together on silos on the south portion as well. We were just here last month to talk about Victory Heights, another affordable housing project, and we're excited to talk about this one today. Our equity partner, Catalyst Opportunity Fund, Zone Funds. It's very unique in an opportunity zone to create affordable housing, deed-restricted affordable housing, because you're required to hold those investments for 10 years, and when you do a low-income housing tax credit project, you have to shift the ownership to the tax credit investor. So to try to create that in an opportunity zone is a very unique thing. We're very happy we've been able to do this. Opportunity zones are great for creating neighborhood developments like this in the Post District, but you know, low-income housing can get left behind if you're not thoughtful about it. We're excited to implement this within this, and we appreciate our equity partner being willing to do this. They're a double bottom line investor that looks for impact-oriented things as well. Go to the next slide. So just a quick recap. I know we talked about this 180 affordable units at 60% area median income. Those are the rent levels for studio 1 and 2 bedroom units. We also have 14 of these are type A, fully accessible. And these are about 30 to 42% discounted off of what market rate apartments would be. We have 207 parking stalls. And we're happy that this is cross-sharing with the Phase 3 adjacent developments. So you'll see a lot more ground level activation and participation there because we have this parking garage on the bottom 3 levels, and we're lifting all the units up to the 4th through 8th levels. It's all electric and also will be Enterprise Green certified. It's, as Riley stated, it's pedestrian oriented to the mid-block walkway, so there is connection into those neighborhood amenities that we're creating. We've kind of chosen this image to just focus on because this is what 99% of people in Salt Lake will experience when they drive by, because it's a one-way thoroughfare onto I-15. So this is how people pass the project, and we really wanted to highlight that mid-block facade there and make it really interesting and make it look like other historic things in the area. We office kitty corner in the A&Z building, and these windows match exactly what we have historically in our building as well, that you can see at the ground floor level. That metal art installation, we've provided some images. I think they're on page 26 and 27 of your staff report of some precedent images of what we're thinking there. Doesn't show up real well in this rendering, but it's installed directly on the concrete, and then there are lighting elements to enhance it as well. So we try to provide some of those as well. Go to the next slide. I did this last time with our other project, so I just want to highlight kind of who lives here. If you look at the occupational wages, and match it up to the rent levels here, just some examples of who can live here and spend less than 30% of their income living here. And that's that rent targeting there. So just those are 3 examples of folks that can live here and live here affordably. And just to reorient everybody kind of to the block here, so the project we're talking about is in red there at the upper right hand of the screen. Those green ones, those are the ones you addressed in the June meeting, along with the upper purple urban flex. Still to come are the hotel element and the retail that's located along 400 West. What isn't really highlighted here, but what we're super excited about is this is a real test case of our true mixed income neighborhood, because not only are we creating some mixed income with this affordable housing project and having market rate housing on the block, but we're right next to Pamela's Place, Sunrise Metro's across the street, the Box 500. These are all deed restricted housing projects, and at lower price points. Some of those are permanent supportive housing. So this is a true mixed use, mixed income neighborhood that will be enjoying this, and we're excited about having those connections via the mid-block walkway and having a true mixed income neighborhood. And just in the center there, the park, which is really kind of the gathering spot and the spill out for all the retail. We're really excited about that, to be able to create that in urban environment and to preserve the historic silos, and the low portion of that mill building will be very exciting as well. As Riley highlighted, we originally submitted this application to put the additional landscaping in the park, but as we kind of went through the process, staff noted that we would have to pull a building permit at the same time on the park to qualify that. So we were happy to make that a condition of certificate of occupancy, or also enter a development agreement to do the park. The bottom line is we're going to deliver on the additional landscaping in the park. That's not part of this application, which is why we had to ask for that exception. And the heights, another exciting thing about this, they're really modulated across this block, mostly to orient people and have those landmark silos be the center and focus of this block. So with that, that concludes our quick presentation on it, and we're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question, maybe for staff. So, Riley, I'm curious, when we look at allowing extra floors, and then in return we're getting affordable housing. In this particular case, is that a part of the requirement for them to get that? Because I think we've had in the past, we've had some applicants come and say, like, if you give me this, I can give you affordability, and then that never materializes. And I'm generalizing, so I'm not trying to say that's what you're going to do in this particular project. But how then is a commission, given the standards, especially standard C in the plan development review, how we ensure that the promise of this to get this is actually part of the project and the conditions, so we know if we give them the extra height or reduced landscaping, that then we really are going to get affordable housing.
We are not requiring a deed restriction that the applicant provide the affordable housing, but as part of the plan development and design review process, we did require the applicant to submit proof that the affordable housing would be provided, and if it were not to be provided, it would not meet that objective, but it does meet other plan development objectives, mainly the master plan implementation. So as far as how we ensure that may be a question that is better directed to management.
Okay, thank you.
Was your question answered, or did you want to expand any more?
I think my question is answered. Whether I'm satisfied is an entirely different question, but not one that I was proposing to Riley. So yeah. Okay.
I have a question about parking. If it's an affordable low-income tax credit project and about half of the units are studios, why do we have so much parking?
So the parking is a cross-share anticipation with the adjacent hotel and retail. So not all of those parking stalls are needed for this, but then it allows us not to have to do additional parking garages or any other elements to the historic mill building, and to keep that front area 400 west at a low height, not have to do a level of parking or anything like that. So there's a cross-share element between those uses.
My question is, because they're asking for a reduction in landscaping square footage because they'll put it elsewhere in the park, which is a different part of that. How is this project tied to the park to make sure that additional landscaping goes into the park? Since it's a different application, if we approve it here, how are those two tied together?
Since the future landscaping that would be provided at the park is provided in a future phase and not with this development, it's not required as a condition of approval, and the focus of our review has been on the affordable housing element and the overall block development rather than the landscaping that will be provided in the future.
So there's not a follow-up to make sure that they follow the affordable spaces, and there's not a requirement that they follow up with their landscaping?
So if I could
Both
just
of those two?
answer that, in terms of the affordability, with the LIHTC funding that they're obtaining, the verification that they meet the affordability requirements is done through that LIHTC funding.
Okay.
So, so staff didn't require that as a condition of approval.
Okay.
In terms of the park, the timing of the park didn't allow us to tie that necessarily to this project because let's say for some reason they aren't able to build the park. That's not their intent, but if they weren't able to do that, we couldn't then say, okay, well, this building's been approved and built, like now you've got to tear it down because the park wasn't built. So we took all of the landscaping on the site into consideration in terms of the reduction. The park was not the only thing that we this block also has several mid-block walkways that run north-south and east-west, which will be heavily landscaped. Those were conditioned, the The approval of those was conditioned on the previous phase 1 of the silos project. So that will be all of those mid-block walkways and the design of them consistent with our standards will be taken care of with an easement that's recorded and a development agreement. So we're confident in taking those into consideration with the landscaping, but that's why we haven't specifically tied that as a condition to this project, the park, because there's no way to enforce it if something happens and they're not able to build that park.
Okay, I want it to happen, and if you're confident it will happen, then I'll be confident with you. Thank you.
Let's go ahead and open up the public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to give comment on this item? Do we have any emails? Oh, we do have someone. Yeah,
No,
go
we do
ahead and
not.
approach the microphone, state your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
I'm sorry, sir. Can you hold on just one moment?
So I would like to confirm that there,
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
there will be the park and the landscaping, and it's not a case of where, okay, we're going to give them the extra height, but then at some point maybe they will or will not do the landscape.
We'll give the staff and the applicant an opportunity to answer that question.
Because there's been, it seems like with the architecture and raising it in just a general sense with what's going on in Salt Lake, we keep narrowing the landscaping, making the buildings larger. And when you look at the traditional landscaping that we did, we had more green space. So it's hard to justify or to complain about that we've got a heat island, we've got increased heat, but we keep decreasing the landscaping. So if you compare downtown Salt Lake to a residential neighborhood, my neighborhood or my backyard will be 10 degrees cooler than Salt Lake. So there's this increasing trend to more and more concrete and less landscaping. So aesthetically, it does make sense when you have nice decent architecture, but also nice landscaping around where the trees, there's enough of a setback that it sort of decreases the profile of the buildings that you're putting up.
Sir, can you please state your name again for the record?
Richard Vallata.
Thank you.
Thanks. Do we have any other questions or any other comments from the public or any emails? We'll go ahead and close the public comment. We'll bring it back to the commission, and if staff or the applicant would like to address that question, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I'll address it. We're fully committed to the park. It's just 6 months behind on design. So those retail buildings are not fully designed yet. So we weren't ready to go in for a building permit simultaneous to this application, which is what the requirement would have been to push the landscaping officially over into that side as part of this application, which is why we're requesting the waiver. But we're absolutely committed to that park. We were willing to enter into a development agreement or any other mechanism to help deliver on that, and we're still happy to do that. But staff made us aware that was not an option for meeting this requirement, which is why the waiver is being requested.
Thank you.
Can you, I'm sorry, did you close the public hearing?
Yes,
I did. Can you direct me to the landscape plan for this project on the staff report? I'm struggling with 70.
It is under the
pages
applicant
of-
narrative and plans, and it's towards the end.
Say again?
It's towards the, it's in the applicant narrative and plan section, and it's towards the end.
Thank you. I will find it.
I have a question for staff. Staff mentioned that there were some easements that are gonna make some sort of walkways among other buildings. Is that what you meant to say? How is that interconnect? I just want to make sure I'm understanding that part correctly.
Yeah, so there was a separate phase that came to the commission back in June, and that was phase 1 of this project. I think that includes most of the block that you see highlighted there, with the exception of the red building, which is the one before you tonight. And the mid-block walkways go north-south through the site and east-west through the site. And so those were taken care of as a condition of approval with phase 1. So an easement associated with those, so that they have actual public access easements on them, will be recorded on the property. They are actually, in terms of design, they far exceed any design standards or requirements we have for mid-block walkways. They'll essentially be designed similar to a street and have park strips with landscaping in those, which is also not a requirement for mid-block walkways. So that's why we feel pretty confident in terms of taking into consideration those aspects of landscaping on the overall block, in terms of the requests for the reduced landscaping on this particular site. So looking at the development as a whole in terms of the whole block, as opposed to just this one site where the building is.
Thank you. That does address my question. I think sorry, I think you had a question. You were about to speak, I'm sorry. I'm just concerned about the proportion that we're cutting when it comes to like landscaping. It's significant. Like, supposed to be 10% of the additional floor areas, 5,000 feet, and we're just reducing it by 1,000. I think that the idea of the walkways are really compelling, and I like that idea a lot. But how we're gonna incorporate, more green areas in those I just don't think one cancels the other. I think that we're still in deficit for green spaces, especially in a block like this one that is so dense. So that is just my concern and what I'm at when it comes to like the landscaping portion of it, not necessarily the height discussion. Thanks you.
Riley, what is the timing of then the park, since it couldn't be considered in this particular application? When do you expect that next part comes up?
So we're in schematic design on those front buildings, which is incorporating the park area, those front retail buildings. So we think it's 6 months behind.
Oh, that's right. You did say that. Is it appropriate to make a condition that because it's so far in the future, I don't know that that's feasible, but is it appropriate to talk about making that a condition for this particular approval?
The issue that we run into, as Amy mentioned, is that it's not enforceable. So let's say they build this building and then they choose not to build the park in the future. We would not have them tear down the building at that point if the park were not to be built.
I think, I just read an article that the UK is making someone tear down a building that they built that wasn't according to, so I think maybe we don't take that off the table. Maybe we do make someone tear down a building if they don't keep up with their agreements for the rest of the thing, because that's an accommodation that's like on a different property, so it seems it's a little bit weird to me in this case.
Okay, let me raise another issue regarding the landscaping. Now that I'm looking at the landscaping plan, if you want to follow along with my discussion, it's on page 68 of the staff report. So the major landscaping area that we do have is the front area, or the area on 700, is it 700 South? Or
500 South.
Huh?
500 South and
500 South, which is basically consists of rock mulch, 5 trees, and a narrow sidewalk. So I'm not very happy about that landscape plan. I think that if we're going to consider that to actually be the landscaping for the project, that it needs to be seriously upgraded so that there is a lot of plant material, not rock mulch, as a part of this. I don't think this kind of plan would even, well, I think the trees alone let it pass the landscape requirements, but still, this is the only landscaping we have. It's almost all, well, it is all essentially hard surface, except for the tree canopy. So that is very unsatisfactory to me.
Well, if may add to that, just looking at our city code for the standards for planned developments, this is 21A 55050. Section D is for landscaping. Point 4, it's whether or not the landscaping, I'm quoting right now, whether or not landscaping is appropriate to the scale of the development. Commissioners, I just don't think this is upscale to this massive development.
Can you tell us, so if this were denied, it would have to be modified to meet regulations, and then it would be developed under the new ordinance, so the height would be permitted by right. How much more burdensome, what would be the additional requirements on the landscaping side, or how much more burdensome would it be than this?
There is no additional landscaping requirement under the new ordinance, but they would be required to have increased design standards, which would include requirements for ground floor uses and glass. And there's some other requirements for upper floor step backs and some other design requirements that would apply to the project. But there would be no additional requirements for landscaping.
Okay, I want to take back my previous statement on page 74. There are shown some plantings in that area, little plants put inside the rock mulch, just FYI.
How do we fix the landscaping shortfall? Somebody know?
I kind of counter with a different question. Are we willing to sacrifice increased density and affordability in this area in exchange for 1,700 square feet of landscaping?
I'm happy to approve the project, but I think there needs to be a condition of additional landscape material in the right of way and in the setback for the project on 700 South. Sorry,
500 South.
500 South. I'm sorry, because that is, as you noted, the very fast traffic street with that is, and it also doesn't have essentially windows on that side. It has some art, and I think it would be better to soften that edge quite a bit more with more landscaping.
And I understand your concern, Commissioner. I just think that this body has to be lenient with our compliance and our, regulatory procedures and our code. I don't necessarily think that one cancels the other one. That's just like my opinion. But yeah, I just think there's space for both. Actually, we have two different motions in front of us. One is for increased height, and then the other one is for landscaping. When I was coming from the position of landscaping, I was just referring to that particular item. I just wanted to clarify that.
So keeping in mind that if this were denied and you'd have to proceed under the current code as it is now, and you would have your height by right, have you done an evaluation of what the costs or what the trade-offs would be given the additional, not landscaping requirements, which there would be none, but the additional requirements under the current ordinance?
Yeah, they'd be very significant. We tried to create as much ground floor glass without adding structural cost to the project. So it'd be a whole new look at that. There would obviously be a massive reduction in the parking layout. And we'd have to create parking somewhere else. So we'd have to dig down and create parking underneath the hotel, which is very expensive. Or those are the types of items we're facing. And trying to create affordability here is difficult as is. It's not the easiest site because it's skinny on one side and it doesn't lay out totally efficiently for a parking garage. So to be able to create affordability, this is our best shot at it, and we really needed the increased height to reach the unit count in order to do affordability. So it'd be difficult to execute an affordable housing project there.
What about increasing the density of the landscape plantings
Yeah,
your current plan?
I don't think we have an issue with that. We are housed right kitty corner in our office building. We care about the Grand Boulevard vision and implementing the right appropriate things for that boulevard to create the aesthetic look. Also make sure it's inviting for pedestrians, and it is a traffic thoroughfare. So trying to, take all those factors into account, we are happy to make it look the way it needs to under the Grand Boulevard vision.
Thank you.
This project is an affordable housing project, phase 2 section of it, and I understand affordable housing in terms of AMI. So can you tell me, I looked at what the rents would be on these units. Can you tell me what those rents are in the terms of the AMI?
Yeah,
That's outside of our purview, actually, to ask about.
I can't hear.
That's outside of our purview to ask him
No,
those
I'm just
rental
curious
amounts.
it is in our presentation, so I'd say if that's been shared with the commission, you can find the rent levels there.
Mr. Chair, I'm ready to make a motion on the design review portion.
I didn't hear the first part of that.
I'm ready to make a motion on the design review portion. Prior to doing that, I do want to state that I'm satisfied that you will be doing affordability for this additional height. But I feel like in the future, those needs to be a little bit, I think they've been in the past, I think we've been burned in the past. And so I, in the future, want to pay a little bit more particular attention to that is actually going to happen, and not have a applicant later on just be like, oh yeah, we couldn't make it pencil, sorry. But I got my extra height, right? But in this case, I feel very confident that that affordable component will be happening. So given that, this is specifically for the design review, which is related to the increased height. Based on the information presented and the discussion, I move that the commission approve this application, which is PLN PCM 2022-01062, with the conditions listed in the staff report.
We have a motion from Commissioner Berry.
A second.
And a second from Commissioner Scheer. Any discussion to the motion? We'll go ahead and vote. Commissioner Santos Rivera.
Yes.
Commissioner Scheer.
Yes.
Commissioner Berry.
Yes.
Commissioner Gale.
Yes.
Commissioner Tuttle.
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows.
Yes.
Commissioner Bitten.
Yes.
And the chair will also vote yes. That passes unanimously.
I think perhaps another person should take this extra motion up regarding the landscaping if they have feelings. Looking at Commissioner Scheer regarding additional conditions on it.
Thank you, Commissioner Berry, but I think that I am not in a position to make a specific recommendation around plant material and thus and such. And I think perhaps we should just leave that details of those to the staff, but ask that the applicant increase the level of landscaping that they are.
I think that sounds like a great motion and a condition to it.
Commissioner Scheer, can I just ask a clarifying question? In terms of when you say landscaping, increasing it, are you talking about on this particular site? And in terms of landscaping, is it like a fountain? Because that could essentially qualify for landscaping under our ordinance, or are you talking about live vegetation?
Vegetation.
Okay.
I think
Great, thank you.
in my opinion, the vegetation on the front of the building, the 500 south elevation is too thin. And I would like to see it be more extensive, and I would like to leave that to staff for determination.
So for my clarification, are you talking about more square footage of landscaping or more
No,
density in what's
more
planned?
densely planted. With the effect that it has a greater screening effect and more shade. And otherwise, I will go ahead and make the motion, which is, I don't know if this is A or B.
It's motion B.
Thank you. Based on the information presented and the discussion, I move that the commission approve this application with the condition listed in the staff report and the condition of additional landscaping to be left to the staff's discretion.
I'll second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Scheer and a second from Commissioner Burrows.
Can I just make a friendly amendment that because we have two different motions with two different case numbers that we include, that this motion is PLN PCM 2023-00294.
That's a friendly amendment.
May I make one other friendly amendment that we just add the word density to the landscaping so that the staff is clear on that?
Add more density to the landscaping material and more shade.
So we need to have the commission clarify, preferably a percentage that you're looking for.
Yeah, I thought you were going to ask for that. That's why I was hesitating to do that, because I can't. That's why I'm leaving it to the staff to judge.
And what guidelines are you giving to staff to follow, to implement?
Just the right amount.
May I ask what is the one that they're asking? Because it was 10%, the current one, and what is the one? What is the percentage right now that the applicant is requesting?
That's a percentage of the area.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the actual
Density.
landscape plan, the vegetation plan, which has the required number of trees that are required by our ordinances, and it has a few small bushes. But I would, okay, so that the trees be, instead of 2-inch caliper, be 3-inch caliper, and that there be 1/3 more number of plants. Is that good as a standard? Okay.
That guidance will be helpful to staff.
Huh?
Thank you.
Okay. If there's no further discussion to the motion, we'll take a vote. Commissioner Gale.
Yes.
Commissioner Barry.
Yes.
Commissioner Scheer.
Yes.
Commissioner Santos Rivera.
No.
Commissioner Bitton.
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows.
Yes.
Commissioner Tuttle.
No.
And the chair will vote yes. That passes with 6 yeses and 2 noes.
Thanks.
The next item on the agenda is plan development and preliminary subdivision at approximately 532 South, 1200 East. Case number PLN PCM 2023-00227 and case number PLN SUB 2023-00541. And the planner is Trevor Ovenden. I think your mic's off.
Hello? All right.
Better.
Okay.
You need to push the button again. On the click share, the big round button. There you go.
Okay, I'm going to try to get through this faster than the other items tonight. So, this is a request by Warren Crummett for plan development and preliminary subdivision approval for a 3-unit townhome project at 532 South, 1200 East. This proposal requires plan development approval because the applicant is seeking modifications to several zoning and subdivision requirements. The subdivision can only be approved if the plan development is also approved. Staff is recommending approval with a few conditions. So this is a photo of the existing triplex and parking area at the site. The new townhomes will be built behind the triplex. This is a vicinity map of the area on the left. The subject property is highlighted in blue. The blue rectangle is highlighting the approximate location of the new townhomes. This project is in the RMF 30 zoning district within the Central Community Master Plan area, approximately 0.4 miles from the Rice-Eccles Stadium track station. This is the site plan provided by the applicant. Vehicular access will be provided to the new townhomes through an alley to the west of the site, while pedestrian access will be provided by a pedestrian path that connects the new townhomes to 1200 East. 5 off-street parking spaces will be provided in basement-level garages. There's enough space behind the garages to accommodate another 3 off-street parking spaces. Plan development requests need to meet at least one objective identified in the plan development chapter of the zoning ordinance. This proposal meets objective C2 as it includes housing types that are not commonly found in the existing neighborhood, but are of a scale that is typical to the neighborhood. So now I'll briefly discuss a few of the zoning modifications requested by the applicant. The proposed subdivision would create new property lines around the exterior walls of the individual townhome units and the existing triplex building, so the new individual lots will not comply with dimensional requirements such as setbacks, building coverage, landscape buffers, and street frontage requirements. These modifications are necessary to create individual townhome lots that can be sold separately. While the individual lots will not comply with quite a few zoning requirements, the site overall generally complies with zoning with a few exceptions listed in the staff report. So the applicant is also requesting an additional 3 feet of building height for the alley-facing facade, which will be 33 feet tall. The overheight elevation drawing is in the top left of the screen. The front facade will only be 25 feet tall, although it will appear slightly shorter from 1200 East because the site slopes to the west. The 8-foot height difference is because of the sloping grade of the site and the excavation necessary to create alley access. The alley-facing building facade will be set back 22 feet from the rear property line, which abuts a 16-foot wide alley. The proposal includes a 4-foot wide landscape buffer on the north and south sides of the new building, which should help to minimize impacts on these neighboring properties. And this is an enlarged version of the overheight elevation drawing. Staff is recommending 5 conditions of approval for this request. The first is confirmation of legal alley access. The portion of the alley up to the subject site is public, but the portion directly behind the site is private. The applicant will need to provide documentation that confirms that this property can legally use the section of private alley for access. The photo on the right shows the area that will need to be excavated to allow for alley access. The second condition is a delineated pedestrian path with legal access to 1200 East. The applicant has included a pedestrian easement on the preliminary plat that will allow for legal access through the triplex parking area. Conditions 3 through 5 are fairly straightforward and would require a cost estimate for the shared infrastructure maintenance, a homeowners association or similar entity to be established with the final subdivision plat, and delegation of review of plan development standard C5 to staff. Based on analysis of the standards and objectives for plan developments, staff is recommending approval of this request with 5 conditions listed in the staff report. And that's it for my presentation. I am happy to answer questions, and the applicant is here as well.
Let's go ahead and have the applicant come forward. State your name for the record, and you'll have 10 minutes to present.
Hello, my name is Warren Crummett. I am the applicant. So I just wanted to highlight a few more things here in addition to Trevor's presentation here, which you did a wonderful job on. So these are the exterior renderings of the property that shows you kind of like what is planned for. I'll just tell you next. That just shows you like the differentiation between the townhomes and what I think is an attractive facade that'll be facing 1200 East. Just to kind of review the goals of RMF 30 and how this project will accomplish those goals. One thing I really like about this project is located in the university area where there really isn't any vacant land in order to build any new structures. So this is really one of the only places, one of the only sites in the area where this kind of new housing could be built to allow, young professionals and such be able to live in this location. It also transitions from larger scale apartment communities next to the university, and there are several apartment buildings in the area where it fits into the existing neighborhood. Go ahead. I'll just wait for questions on this one if there are any, but some next. Okay, I just wanted to highlight the aerial images of the site a little bit more. So if you look east, you can see the football stadium there, as well as Friendship Manor and another 10-story plus structure. So just a block away, you have a lot of density to accommodate students for the university. Looking west, you do see that you're close to downtown, and there are other apartment buildings in the area. If you look to the south, you can actually see a 64-unit apartment building there. And then the site view just kind of shows where the new proposed townhomes will be built. Here, just a few more images. So the first image is looking right at the triplex. One of the units will be basically right behind the triplex, but the other two will have frontage to the street, which you can see. And then right across the street, there's a 3-story, 12-unit apartment building. And to the south, there's a 16-unit apartment building and a 4-story, 64-unit apartment building. So I think it'll fit in nicely with the existing scale. And that's all I have. I'll just take some questions if they're coming.
Thank you. Any questions from the commission?
I have a question for the planner. When there are kind of like density requirements in it that counts like the number of units, right? Not like the number of bedrooms or something like that. So a 3-bedroom unit kind of counts for density the same as a studio. Is that true?
Yeah, it's based off of units, not bedroom count.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and open up the public hearing. If we have anyone from the public, go ahead and step up to the microphone. We'll go ahead and have you come forward here. Is the microphone on? Okay, there we go.
Richard Villata. I live at Elizabeth Street. I've been there for 37 years, except for time when I went to medical school and service in the Air Force. We have seen the neighborhood transition from residents, people who actually live there, versus landlords who rent to students. It has changed the character of the neighborhood. We are zoned R, and that area is zoned RMF 30. I have made my concerns known to Trevor and to the Planning Commission. It is far more detailed as far as the code, what is acceptable. The big difference I see is this is not like an RMF 30 that's across the street. It's an RMF 30 that is right in our backyard. We share an easement. That easement, it has been vacated by the city. I brought this before the risk management team before as far as who owns it. We would have to essentially file with the city and get title searches and then take the city to court to have it put on our deeds. So as such, it's not on anyone's deed. The easement has utilities that run through it. It is not navigable on the north end. It is only 7.5 feet wide, and there's no one that can make it past. It is not maintained in any way. It is not plowed. It is not paved. And I understand the code as far as two parking spaces per unit, but with an anticipated 9 bedrooms in the duplexes, and if it's sold to someone, they will buy it and they will sublet to university students, and this is what we have seen. We will have 9 cars. I saw the house last week. There was a stop work order on his unit because it was, according to the stop work order, being converted from a triplex to a sixplex. That's now 6 cars. So what we're looking at potentially is 15 cars on a property that is 66 feet wide. The property is subdivided down the center so that there is no actual easement or legal exit from the duplex to the street. So from a risk management standpoint, what happens? Who shovels the snow? What happens if someone falls from UPS?
That's 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead and state your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Darlene Van Uden, and I happen to live on the property directly west of the proposed development. So the idea that what is now this kind of private, not an alley, but an easement, will become frontage to 3 additional 3-bedroom units is very challenging in terms of what the traffic flow is like currently. It's very quiet. We know everybody who drives down that alley. To add 6 or more cars to that traffic is going to be a problem. We have to do a 3-point turn from our parking spot behind our property to even turn around in the space. Understanding that they are providing a setback and an area to turn, but that also means that that traffic potentially could be backing directly into our area, which is currently not an issue. I think the other thing is that it's being positioned in the renderings as like a spaceship, and I think that it would be very helpful to see it in the context of what the easement situation is and how tight it is to the landscaping and the fencing and just the general nature of the properties that exist around it. Because having this sheer face of a 33-foot facade facing an easement just doesn't feel right. We do understand that there is a desire to increase density in the neighborhood. There are apartment buildings, but most of those face active streetways, not a roadway like this. And it's not realistic to think that these people are all walking from 1200 East to their dwellings. And so we have many concerns about just the way that they're using both frontages to their advantage, when really it would make more sense if driving was accessed from 1200 and they used the current paved area to provide access the garages that may be faced inward to the property, that they would sacrifice some of the proposed development to make it more hospitable.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? Have we received any emails?
We do have one email, I guess more of a question that the person writing would like read into the record. Is the housing putting expensive single-family housing on the current site of lower-cost rental housing for students, low-income tenants? Question mark.
Okay. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission. Would the planner or the applicant like to address any of those questions?
Yeah, I guess, just in regards to, the last comment about, rental housing in accommodation with single family housing, I think really one of the accomplishments with passing this new RMF 30 was that you're going to be able to do developments like this where you could keep existing structures, but also have, these new developments. Really, the cost of land is so high that there's no chance of even providing anything affordable unless you're willing to get creative and try and pull something like this off. So that's why, you guys created the incentive to allow the 2 additional units if you're able to keep the existing structure. And, just in my analysis of other RMF 30 properties, I think this is one of the best sites that accommodates that. So I'm excited to hopefully see it get put to motion here. I could address some alley comments, but I'm sure that'll come up here. So the alleyway is 16 feet wide, and I'm also providing a 22-foot setback from the garages. So that's enough room for cars to pull fully into the setback there and, not encumber the alley in any way. There's many rear-loaded townhomes that are being built in Salt Lake and apartments even that, just fully use an alleyway that's even smaller than this. I've, been a part of those projects where you have 130 units that are all being accessed off the alleyway. So, it is, it could be congested, but really adding 3 more units is really not anything that's going to cause any public safety issues in my mind. So,
Thanks. Do we have any questions or comments or a motion?
So I'll pipe in.
Pardon me, Chair. Did you close the public hearing?
Yes, I did.
I visited the site and I drove the alley in my Prius, which I always think is a good test to, like, if I can drive it in my Prius, then it's not a bad alley. Because there's some around the city that I can't drive in my Prius. It is challenging. So I'm curious, when you say the alley, like, behind is private, are you talking about what's north where it dead ends is private?
Yeah. I have a diagram in my presentation that shows which section's private and which is public.
Yeah, I remember that when I was out on the site, though I couldn't really quite translate that to when I was on the ground. Where
Gotcha.
that.
So it's public all the way up to the subject site, and then this red bit is private.
And so I feel like this, the condition that you would have to provide that you could legally use that is sufficient. We all know Amy has an alley, and then Amy uses it for her parking or for her driveway in my garage when I rebuilt it. It is a very active alley. It's 7 days a week. I've got a lot going on behind me. And there are many times when we run into where we both want to go a different way and we figure it out. It's not like we can't, wait for them to pass, etc. So I feel like, adding this many units, it does meet the standards that the RMF zone was trying to promote, was some creative housing and to protect existing housing stock. So I can't really find in the standards where it doesn't meet that. And there are some legitimate concerns about using the alley as the access given the ownership. And so I feel like the standard or the condition is sufficient, that they have to prove that they legally can use it. If they cannot prove that they can legally use it, then they're not going to be able to do the build. Correct? Correct. And you obviously, as the applicant, understand that. I like promoting uses of alleys because one of the things we always hear from people is that there's no parking on the street. You can't do this, there's no parking on the street. We should be utilizing our alleys a little bit more so that we're taking the parking off, but we're still meeting the code. And we as a planning commission cannot require an applicant do more than the code states. The code states you have to provide X number of parking spots off street. They're doing that. We can't require them to do more than that particular bit. So those are kind of my comments as I went and visited this site and have been thinking about it and reading the report. So,
Mr. Chair, go ahead.
I'm confused about why the fire department didn't call on this one. It says that roads that, and I know this, buildings greater than 30 feet shall have a road width of not less than 26 feet.
So, so they measure building height a little different than us. I reached out to the person who reviews projects for fire code compliance, and I think they measure it to where the wall hits the eave, where the wall hits the eave. So it's a little bit lower than this. So I asked for clarification, and they said it meets their requirements.
It doesn't even have a public street that goes there. So I'm perplexed at why they would. Well, it's their business, obviously, but it seems to me. I think I'm going to agree with Commissioner Berry that I don't know how you're going to, what would be the standard for showing that you have approval to access that alley? What would be that standard?
Well, I'm filing for a prescriptive easement and it has already been granted. Just because this alley, was never really dedicated to any particular parcel or public alley. So that's how that's being accomplished. And then just to touch on your fire comment, so they will be equipped with fire sprinklers, as well as the fire truck's able to pull up to the front of 1200 East, and there's a fire hydrant right in front of it, and we're within 150 feet of all the exterior walls for get the hose there.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, barring any other comments from commissioners, based on the information presented in discussion, I move that the commission approve this plan development application with the conditions listed in the staff report.
Given that we have two motions again, could you clarify which motion you're making and which case number it goes to? So
Yes.
if we're on the plan, because we have to approve the plan development before we can approve the preliminary subdivision.
Yes, so this is for the plan development, PLN PCM 2023-00461.
I'll second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Bitton and a second from Commissioner Scheer. Any discussion to the motion?
Can I make a friendly amendment? Maybe I should have talked about this before, but the 3 feet over height, could we have a shorter building that has the same space? So my amendment would be to not allow the increased building height. That would be my amendment. Because it's a 10% increase and seems kind of significant when it goes straight up from the back of the building. That's my amendment suggestion.
I'm going to decline
Okay.
that amendment.
Any other discussion to the motion? We'll go ahead and vote. Commissioner Tuttle.
No.
Commissioner Burrows.
No.
Commissioner Bitton.
Yes.
Commissioner Gale. Commissioner Berry.
Yes.
Commissioner Scheer.
Yes.
Commissioner Santos Rivera.
Yes.
And the chair will also vote yes. That passes 6-2. Oh, and we're actually not done yet because we've got two different. I forget about it sometimes too when we've got multiple.
Chair, I would like to make a motion. Well, I guess I have to introduce the motion. It's PLN SUB 2023-00541. Based on the information presented and the discussion, I move the Planning Commission to approve this preliminary subdivision application with the conditions listed in the staff report based on the staff recommendation.
I will second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Santos Rivera and a second from Commissioner Bitton. Any discussion to the motion? We'll go ahead and vote then. Commissioner Gale.
Yes.
Commissioner Berry.
Yes.
Commissioner Scheer.
Yes.
Commissioner Santos Rivera,
Yes.
Commissioner Bitten,
Yes.
Commissioner Burrows,
Yes.
Commissioner Tuttle,
No.
and the chair will vote yes. That gives us 7 yeses and 1 no.
Chair, I would like a reconsideration of a motion for further action.
Okay, what's the motion?
If you think this is not a great time, then I can do it later. It's the motion on the Wigan Center expansion. I want to maybe I can discuss it before I say the motion. Is that okay? Explain what I want to do. One of the conditions for approval is that the applicant will record the safety and operations plan and conduct its operations according to that plan. And I wanted to make a motion that would strike part of that safety and operations plan.
I'm going to need a little bit of guidance from staff because we don't do this very often, so I need to be reminded of the procedure for, I believe in this case it would be striking our prior motion, and then, yeah, you'll go ahead and advise me.
So this is a motion for reconsideration, so the commission needs to vote on whether it is willing to reconsider the motion that was previously adopted, approving the conditional use permit for the Wigan Center expansion. So if you are willing to reconsider, that is the question, then there will be a discussion, and then there will need to be another motion approving with the changes you wanted or not.
So can I make a motion to reconsider for further action the vote we had on the Wigan Center expansion?
Yes.
That's what I want to do.
And just to clarify that after you make this motion and we vote on it, we will basically be deciding to...
It's going to need a second.
And it's also going to need a second, exactly. But it's basically we will undo our previous decision and then have a discussion about making a new motion.
That's correct.
So yes, Commissioner Burrows.
So I made the motion to reconsider for further action.
I'll second.
Ooh, thank you.
We have a motion from Commissioner Burrows and a second from Commissioner Santos Rivera. We will go ahead and vote on the motion. Commissioner Santos Rivera.
Yes.
Commissioner Bitten.
No.
Commissioner Shear.
No.
Commissioner Burrows.
Yes.
Commissioner Barry.
No.
Commissioner Tuttle.
No.
Commissioner Gale.
No.
And the chair will also vote no. That motion fails with 2 yeas and 6 nays. We will go ahead and move on to...
Mr. Chair, can I make a request to staff in the future when we have 2 motions related to an application that the motion clarify a little bit more which motion it's tied to? Motion A being plan development or motion A being design review, so that that's clearer for everyone.
I did just make edits to the motion sheets yesterday.
Okay.
So you will be seeing that at the next meeting.
Thank you.
Yes.
It doesn't happen often. It just happened twice tonight, so it kind of came up. But thank you, Aubrey. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, staff. We'll go ahead and move on to the last item on the agenda, adaptive reuse text amendment briefing, case number PLN PCM 2023-00155, and our planners are Amy Thompson and Amanda Roman.
Feel free to get up and get a churro or something if you need a little pick-me-up before we get started. Or during, that's fine too. All right, so this is the briefing for adaptive reuse text amendment. There's no action required from the commission on this item. Tonight we're just introducing this proposal, seeking some feedback, and answering any questions. This presentation is hopefully going to answer the why, how, and what. Why adaptive reuse is important, how we are planning on addressing it, and what these incentives might look like when they're applied, if they are adopted. We will be using some case studies to help demonstrate that. So the purpose and goals of this project are to address zoning barriers, offer zoning incentives for utilization of existing buildings, and create a process for those types of projects.
All right. Adaptive reuse provides many community benefits. Sometimes it preserves a landmark site or a building that is historically or culturally significant. Other times, readaptation is reimagining a site while preserving a neighborhood's character or fabric. It encourages reinvestment in neighborhoods, and it is also an economically viable option for redevelopment, as reusing an existing structure reduces construction costs and speeds up the overall development process. Adaptive reuse is also critical in mitigating the effects of climate change, as it eliminates unnecessary demolitions, which account for 5 to 10% of construction costs, and reduces the physical waste. Embodied carbon, which is the greenhouse gas emissions that are associated with the materials and construction processes over the lifespan of a building, accounts for approximately 11% of annual global emissions. So adapting buildings keeps materials out of landfills while reducing the amount of lost embodied energy. This slide shows the new Utah Clean Energy headquarters, which will be located in a pretty insignificant 1950s building, but they are renovating it, adding onto it, and using it to demonstrate how to build and renovate buildings with a net zero design. So that was just one example of just a regular building that you don't pay much attention to, being reused in a meaningful way. Additionally, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change declared adaptive reuse as necessary in reducing construction emissions, which accounts for approximately 40% of all CO2 emissions. And then, according to real estate professionals, about 90% of buildings will be renovated in the next 10 years for adaptive reuse.
So I just want to touch briefly on the background of this project. Prior to drafting the ordinance, staff did do research on several cities, as you can see with the pins on this map here. We focused on research associated with the location of where other cities have these incentives, whether it be just in a local historic district or their downtowns or other areas within the city. We also focused on what their eligibility criteria was, the incentives that they offer, and age requirements for buildings. We also have been working with a focus group. The focus group is primarily made up of developers and architects and some community members to help us understand the current barriers to adaptive reuse and utilizing existing buildings. The main thing that we heard from developers is that the incentives have to be enough in order for buildings to be retained. Right now, it's more attractive for people to knock down buildings just because of the development potential on the property. So we're trying to hopefully offset that with these incentives. We also have been working really closely with city departments, particularly sustainability, as well as economic development. And then one thing I wanted to mention that we did with this project was prior to drafting any ordinance text, we did some initial community engagement just to let the community know about what our ideas were in terms of drafting this ordinance, so we could get some initial feedback. And then we did hear from a few community councils, and that helped us in terms of drafting the actual ordinance and then starting the regular 45-day community engagement. So getting into the proposed changes, these changes would be located in a new chapter called zoning incentives. This would be the same chapter that the affordable housing incentives would be adopted in if the council approves those changes. There would be a new section within that chapter called incentives for preservation of existing buildings, and then that's further divided up into two sections. The first one being the adaptive reuse for additional uses in eligible buildings, and then the second being a development that preserves an existing building. And we'll be talking about each of these subsections in greater detail on the upcoming slides.
All right, so the first section is regarding additional uses in eligible buildings, which I will go into. These are buildings that are important to the city, state, region, or nation and convey high artistic, historic, or cultural values, or they could be larger, underutilized structures that are part of a neighborhood fabric. Often, eligible buildings may have outlived their original use but are difficult to reuse without a rezone process due to the zoning districts their former uses are located in, such as single family or institutional zoning. The zoning ordinance currently allows for non-residential use of a landmark site in residential districts, even if the use is not allowed, as long as they go through a conditional use process and then meet the standards relating to the preservation of the character, neighborhood compatibility, and mitigating any potential negative impacts. The current ordinance also has a 7,000 square foot minimum to qualify for this process, which is limiting to many buildings. The photo in this on this slide is the 29th Ward Meeting House. It's a local landmark site. It does meet that 7,000 square foot minimum. The property is in the R1 5000 single family zoning district and went through the current conditional use process for the building to be reused for a community center. So this section of the incentives, it expands on the current process and adds four changes. So the first one is eligibility. So it expands eligibility from just landmark sites specifically to include individually listed National Register properties, churches, schools, or hospitals, and then other culturally or historically significant buildings. Right now, Salt Lake City has about 300 historic sites. The second is residential uses. So the current zoning ordinance allows for a non-residential use of a landmark site in a residential zoning district, even if the use is not allowed, as I mentioned on the past slide. The amendment expands this and would allow an eligible building to be converted into multifamily units. As part of this process, it just should be noted that if there's a residential use in a residential zoning district, it cannot be converted to a commercial use. That use would need to remain. The zoning ordinance would also prohibit certain uses within this converted building. The uses are determined to be incompatible with typical development or would have a negative impact on the existing structures. Some examples include car washes, outdoor storage or impound lots, hotel, motel, or like manufacturing uses. And then we would also are proposing to remove the square footage requirement because it is so limiting, and there would just be no square footage requirement. You'd need to meet the other eligibility requirements. And then additionally, we are also proposing to remove this process from some zoning districts that are already very permissive in terms of use allowance, like the downtown districts, Gateway, TSA, and manufacturing. So it's in the zoning tables for a lot of these right now, but they already allow many of the uses that could potentially be used, so it's really not an incentive. The next one, to demonstrate, like Amy said, we have a few case studies. The Projects, we're going to speak to their approval process that they went through and then show how the proposed amendments would have applied to the project. So these are the Meridian residents at Capitol Park on 400 Capitol Park Avenue. This project involved restoring the old Salt Lake VA Hospital, which is an individually listed property on the National Register of Historic Places, into a 95,000 square foot condominium with 36 units. So part of the process they went through, part of the redesign, they did improvements to the exterior. They added a 40,000 square foot underground parking structure at the back of the building, and they added a new wing for additional living space. Since this property was only listed on the National Register, it is not eligible for the existing process, which is limited to landmark sites. If the property was located, originally the property was located in the R1 12,000 zoning district, which does not permit multifamily residential. So at the time they went through a rezoning process and rezoned the property to RMF 35. And that takes a lot of time. Rezones can take up to a year. Additionally, the project required a development agreement to retain the structure since it was the basis for the rezone, and only 36 units could be constructed within it, even though the RMF 35 would have allowed for 148 units. So if this building were to go through the proposed process, thank you, there would be no rezone required. The conditional use would be, and then there'd be a reduction in parking but increased density with this use incentive.
So while the incentives that Amanda just talked about really are a use incentive, the incentives that I'm going to talk about, which are a development that preserves an existing building, and those are located under the B section of the proposed ordinance, the goal with those is really related to sustainability and lessening the impact that demolition has on the environment. There is not a use incentive associated with these, with this batch of incentives that I'm going to talk about. So the requirements for these incentives are the building has to be 30 years or older. It also has to encompass at least 25% of the development site. We can accept a lower percentage of coverage of the existing building if it has frontage on a public street, contains a publicly accessible use such as retail, restaurant, or entertainment, or we would be highly visible from public spaces internal to the site. There are also limits in terms of how much the existing building can be modified. Right now we're looking at a percentage of no more than 25% of each facade can be modified to allow for additions or potentially like garage doors or something that fold up to accommodate a new use. We are also requiring design standards. So if there is not a stricter requirement in the design standards chapter or in the base zoning district, they would be required to meet specific design standards if they take advantage of these incentives. Those include durable building materials, glazing, blank wall areas, screening of mechanical equipment, street-facing building entries, and maximum length of street-facing building facades. And finally, a restrictive covenant would be required to guarantee retention of the existing structure used to qualify for the incentives. And one important thing I forgot to mention at the beginning of this slide is these incentives not only apply to the existing building, but they're also able to be transferred to the rest of the development site. We chose to pursue allowing these incentives for the overall development site, because if it just applies to the existing building, it is not going to be enough to tip the scale to make it worthwhile to retain the structure. The incentives that we're offering under this section include planned development potentially being waived. It would only be waived for modifications that are commonly requested but are generally straightforward. This would be things like creating lots without street frontage, multiple buildings on a parcel without the buildings having street frontage. And then we are looking to add a new process for an administrative plan development. Those would be for things like setback requirements, open space, and landscaping requirements, obstructions in required yards associated with balconies and awnings, and 5 feet of additional building height. This would still allow for the incentive of a more streamlined process. However, it would still maintain some staff oversight for these types of requests, as they would require some staff analysis to determine compliance with the standards. We would also be looking at waiving the density requirement for zoning districts. So this is essentially the lot size requirements that are allowed for each unit. It's not allowing a multifamily residential in a zoning district like an R15. It is just, they don't have to meet the density requirements for lot area. Still need to meet setbacks and those sorts of things. So that kind of determines the density that can be built on the site, essentially. Various districts are being offered additional height through administrative design review. And then finally, parking, unless a lesser requirement is listed in the zoning ordinance, 1 parking space would be required for residential, and there would also be the potential for a 50% parking reduction for commercial uses. And then I have just a few case studies to go over with this section of the ordinance. This first example, the Marmalade condos, which is in the Capitol Hill Local Historic District. It retained 2 existing structures along 300 North and added 12 new townhomes to the rear of the site. Through the new construction process, the Landmark Commission approved modifications to side and rear yard setbacks, as well as a reduction in required lot width. Because the commission doesn't have the authority to modify street frontage, creating a lot without street frontage, it also required a plan development. If these incentives were to be adopted, the plan development would have been waived, because that was the only thing they needed a plan development for, was to create lots without frontage. They would have had reduced parking, again, 1 parking space per dwelling unit, and they also wouldn't have been limited to the density. So on this particular site, the density allowed for 12 additional units, because those 2 front units have multiple units in them. And this particular development actually initially proposed more units, but because of the restrictions, had to revise their plans to meet those requirements. This next case study is for the Milk Block. Some of the commission may remember this proposal when it came forward a few different times, but this included renovation of the Southeast Market on the corner of 416 East and 900 South, as well as the addition of 4 residential units above the retail. A small commercial building will be built in the northeast corner of the site as a later phase of the project. This project required a rezone from RB to CN. It was initially split zoned, and they rezoned to CB. And it also required a design review for the overall square footage of the building, which exceeded the threshold requirement for design review, which was 1,000 square feet in this zone. So with the proposed incentives, this project would not have had to go to a rezone potentially. The RB zone has a limit that only allows for 1 residential unit above retail, and where they were proposing 4, that is one of the reasons essentially why they needed to go through the rezone. So that would have been waived with the proposed incentives, and then again, design review. So in this particular example, it's a lot of time, and time is money, so for developers. So the rezone process can take up to a year, and then the design review process can take up to 3 months. And so this one is particularly an incentive in terms of time. The last example that I want to go over is the Telegraph Exchange project on 833 South and 8th East. Under the proposal, a total of 6 residential lofts would be developed within the existing Telegraph Exchange building, which is listed on the National Register. It is not a landmark site. And then an additional 17 3-story townhomes would be added to the combined site. It required a rezone from single family to RMF 45, and a plan development was also required to have multiple buildings on a parcel and modifications to setbacks. So with the proposed incentives, they would have qualified for administrative plan development because the plan development again was for one of the plan developments would have been waived for the multiple buildings on the parcel, and then the admin plan development would be for any setback reductions requested. They would have had reduced parking and increased density. A rezone in this case would have still been required because they were proposing to convert the Telegraph building into multifamily when it was initially zoned single family. So that is all the examples that we have. I thought I'd keep it short in terms of scenarios to give the commission an opportunity to give us some feedback and ask any questions, and thanks for listening.
I have a couple questions, and that's it. This is really well done, and I've said before I really, really like adaptive reuse, so I'm glad you're doing this. So one of the questions I have is you listed out a table of things that wouldn't be allowed, and I'm wondering why you didn't take the other approach of just listing what is allowed, because as I was reading that, I thought, I can't think of everything I wouldn't want. Like that's a little harder because you just, I mean, pet cemetery never came to my mind, but yet you listed it and I'm like, well, that's, good. So why not take the other approach of like, here's what is allowed because here's what we really want to see. And then you don't have to like try to pick all of those things that you don't want because you can't think of them all. That's one.
Should I start with that one? So
yeah, go ahead.
Don't lose my train of thought. And if you have anything to add, go ahead. So as Amanda mentioned, this is an existing process in our ordinance that we've essentially expanded on. And one of the things that the existing ordinance previously did was identify specific uses. I think initially it was like a reception center and a bed and breakfast and, blah, blah, blah. And what we were finding is that people were coming forward with some pretty unique ideas that didn't fit right within the box of those definitions. And so we took the approach of identifying some uses that potentially would not be appropriate. Also, the zoning ordinance doesn't currently list any of those things. And I think the uses that we identified are fairly impactful. Like we want to be flexible with uses, but it's not just a free-for-all because these are zones that don't already allow those uses. So we took the approach of listing uses specifically that are prohibited. And I think at one point we had gone the other way and started trying to list some uses that would be allowed, and the list was about the same length. So that's how we ended up on that.
Yeah, and then I'll just add to that. I did not come up with a pet cemetery. I did not come up with a pet cemetery on my own, thinking of things I wouldn't want next to me. I went through the land use tables, all of the tables, and went through the existing uses on the land use tables to start filtering out the things that may not be compatible in these districts or would have a more of an impact on an eligible building such as a drive-through.
Okay, thank you guys. I think you can go both ways. I was just curious because I thought there's probably some uses I wouldn't be able to think of that I wouldn't want there. But the other question I have is, when we were talking about admin design review, is there a threshold where that you would say like what they're requesting is too much that we would want to kick it to the planning commission, or would all of it just stay in admin? I'm just curious like how you would approach the level of modifications that might be requested.
So we have some specific things that can be requested through admin design review. And we do have the option still, of course, to kick anything to the planning commission, even if it had qualified for admin design review. And there may be, some cases that would happen with. Also in terms of for example, with a setback or with landscaping, it's not just our discretion to reduce the landscaping. I think the way that we worded it in the draft is that the reduction has to be somehow associated with the existing building. So either they're building onto the building and like building up and the existing footprint of the building doesn't allow for any additional increased landscaping, something like that would qualify for an admin review. But something like some of the other examples we saw earlier tonight, where they were just requesting reduced landscaping, not necessarily associated with an existing building, that would not qualify for admin review the way that we've written it.
And then just to add to that, one of the examples of the photos was the Pickle and Hide project that was brought here a few months ago. And they were brought here for a planned development for reduced setbacks. And those setback reductions were for the existing buildings on site. So they came for also design review to increase the building height and the CG and the landscaping, but the setbacks could have been reviewed in turn administratively since.
Oh, I agree with that.
Yes.
This is super interesting, and I'm actually very happy that we're, going towards this direction, especially with those stats, like 90% of all the development of all of these buildings need to be renovated in the next 10 years, and just like knowing that 40% of emissions come from construction materials. So I'm really excited about these incentives because it's gonna help our city move towards that direction of more sustainable developments and whatnot. I do have a question about, this is for you, Amanda, about the current incentive for the first one. Do we have like an inventory of how many potential structures, buildings will qualify under this incentive?
For the use,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think about, well, that's the age.
So for
can be an
the use
approximate.
incentive, it would be existing buildings that are either local landmark sites, National Register properties, churches, schools, or hospitals. We did provide a list in the staff report that included existing National Register properties and landmark sites, and I think there's approximately 300, but that doesn't get at churches, schools, or hospitals. Just doing like a Google search around, trying to look at where these existing buildings are, but it would definitely be over the 300 mark because that just includes 2 of the buildings that would be eligible. Based on our initial discussions with community members, we did add in that there's kind of a catch-all that's for buildings that may not meet those specific criteria, but they may be, culturally or historically significant, regardless of whether or not they're actually listed on any sort of local or national register. And we did include some criteria, and that would be a planning director determination. But it's mostly just those other eligible buildings. But we didn't have a number for those just because there's so many unknowns in terms of.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned that they would pass on like for future ones too, so I bet it's just gonna increase. My other question was about the minimum requirement. So you mentioned at the beginning that the current one is like 7,000, and then you guys are proposing to not have any requirements. Is that correct?
Correct, on the square
Proposing to
footage.
not have. So
Yeah, right now, there's a minimum square footage of 7,000 square feet, and that would be eliminated.
perfect. That just opens the pool for more people. Great. Those were my questions. Thank you.
So you're looking at, I think, things that are how old?
30.
So for the second incentive, they have to be at least 30 years old, and that actually includes 90% of the buildings in Salt Lake were built before 1993.
So this would be 90% of the buildings in Salt Lake.
For the second incentive, which isn't a use incentive.
Which would be allowing planned developments to be waived and density requirements for 90% of the buildings in Salt Lake.
If they were to opt into these incentives, if they were to preserve an existing building that met these eligibility requirements.
Well, that's a wonderful building, and it's at least 100 years old. So that's a very, that's not a good example of what we're talking about here. We could take the mid-century modern house, that's next door to you, and they opt out of all the requirements for density, for example, and as long as I preserve that little mid-century modern house, I can build 4 townhouses in the back of it or whatever I want, right?
Yes.
Even in an R1 zone.
No. So the incentives under this section are not a use incentive. So if it's in an R1 5,000 zone, there's not a density bonus. They don't get additional units. If the R1 5,000 lot is like, let's say it's a long skinny lot that has 10,000 square feet and it's R1 5, they could apply to split the lot and build a single family residential in the rear, but this is not allowing uses that wouldn't already be allowed in the zone. So even though it's reducing density requirements, that would be more for like an RMF 30 zone, or RMF 30 is not a good example because that zone's recently been changed, but an RMF 35 zone where, let's say, if it's over an acre, it requires 1,000 square feet per unit, that would be eliminated. Those requirements for the lot size per unit would be eliminated.
I think we need a lot more examples. Not things that you're picking out here, but sort of your ordinary place, because I'm really I'm really not certain, and examples where you really push it, where you just go, okay, I'm the most greedy home owner of this property that there is, and I'm going to take advantage of this particular rule that includes 90% of all of the properties in Salt Lake, and build myself a something outrageous. Because I am concerned about that. This seems like it's going a little bit overboard. Like there might be some minimum lot size or something that you would want to do with something like this. So you're not really talking about 90% of Salt Lake City. You're talking about 20% of Salt Lake City or something like that, or where these things have been real issues in an otherwise reasonable development. Because I do think that we're just kind of opening up a little bit too much.
No, those are good comments, and we can definitely work on some more scenarios. We had more scenarios in here for the briefing to the Landmark Commission, but it seemed like overkill, so we took some of those out, and we've also been working on just modeling some examples on some sites around town that haven't currently had a development, but just looking at the potential of what can be done. One thing just to mention in terms of how many buildings would qualify, yes, there are 90% of buildings in Salt Lake that were built before 1990, but the amount of those buildings that would actually, like, it would be feasible for them to even put additional development on the site is much less than that. One thing, a lot of parcels in smaller zones, like the RMF zones, that is particularly challenging is just parking access. So a lot of times that existing building goes right to the setbacks on the side, and maybe they didn't have original on-site parking, and they don't have alley access for additional parking in the back. That is not something that's going to be able to take advantage of these incentives just because of the existing lot configuration.
I would also be a little concerned about how this interacts with the housing incentives program. Mm-hmm. So that we're looking at, okay, now I have a single family house, and now I can vote because it's more than 20 years old. I can do this and I can do that.
Yes,
so that's another concern that I would have. That okay, now so.
We did work closely with Sarah in terms of the affordable housing incentives, and these would live within the same chapter, keeping in mind they could work actually really well together if they were to both be adopted. For example, where we're looking at a hospital or a church, oftentimes those are zoned institutional. So if a church qualified for the incentives under the first section of incentives that we were talking about, they could essentially do a multifamily project within that church. They could convert it to any use through the conditional use process as long as it wasn't one of those prohibited uses. And then with the affordable housing incentives, they could essentially, if they were adopted the way they're proposed, develop townhomes on the rest of the site which is not currently a use that's allowed. So they could actually work very well together. Yes, they are looking at different goals.
I'm not actually so concerned about these quasi-historic buildings that are part one of this thing. I think that's or part A or whatever you call it. I'm not that concerned about that. I think actually that's really great. I'm much more concerned about this one, where you're talking about basically any existing building, except a brand new one. So and where you're talking about an existing lot somewhere. So I'm much more concerned about how that interacts with the affordable housing incentives and this and these incentives here. I mean, that's why I want be like the worst person you can think of and try to
You want a
figure out,
worst case scenario.
yeah.
And we can
That's a
definitely
better way
work
to
on
put
that.
it. Thank you. That's a much better way to put it. Worse, the scenario that really overbuilds the site and really upsets the neighborhood and causes everything to be reconsidered because it's so so garage mahal.
Yeah, and I definitely understand your point, and we can work on looking at some scenarios of potentially like worst case scenarios development potential under these proposed incentives. A couple of things to point out just with the smaller zoning districts in terms of how these would work with the affordable housing incentives. They are two different goals of the city. They work together, but they are separate goals. Some developer might decide that it's more feasible for them to tear down a structure and get these similar incentives with affordable housing. Someone else might decide that it's more feasible for them to retain an existing structure to get some incentives. We aren't allowing any modifications to height in the RMF zones, and we aren't allowing any modifications to setbacks unless it relates to that existing building. And they also aren't allowed to exceed the base zoning lot coverage requirements. So it's pretty much what can be built in the required envelope with the existing setbacks that are in place already, just without the density cap in terms of the square footage. And then the last thing I wanted to point out in relation to that is with affordable housing incentives, they are allowing for a unit bonus in single family zoning districts. So they are allowing for an additional, single family dwelling in the back. That is not something that, again, we're proposing with this. They have to have just the required lot area. So there isn't a density bonus in terms of additional units in single family dwellings unless they meet the lot size requirements of the zoning district as it is.
I think that moving forward, as you guys prepare to present to the city council and the mayor, is perhaps just like working on like an inventory that will help us just to see what does qualify for both incentives, and maybe even like a heat map, just saying like where those are located. That would really help in the report. And just like you guys talk about the the what, the who, and the why, maybe looking at the where and the when and the who, that will be really, really crucial and instrumental for the city council to see the benefits of this, because I do see it as a very great initiative. But I think that if we can incorporate those things and just have perhaps an inventory and the heat map, that could really help just visualizing like who is going to benefit from this, what is the current inventory, and how can we move forward, these two different initiatives.
And we will be coming back to you all, since this is just a briefing. We'll be having to come back to you for a recommendation, and so we can certainly try to look at some other examples around the city. Coming up with just a heat map and just identifying properties that could potentially be redeveloped is sometimes a little bit tricky, we're finding, just because we don't know if somebody's planning on redeveloping. We don't want to just pluck a site and assume, hey, this person is getting rid of their property and they could do X, Y, and Z. But we can certainly put together some examples, hopefully convey some of these other issues that you're bringing up.
I think it'll be relatively straightforward with the first incentive. It'll be easy to track down schools. I did a text amendment a few years ago, and there were, I believe, 30 6 sites for that specific use. I can look into that specifically, but I think that'll be an easier one to get a number on.
And in terms of like churches, I mean, you can Google and tons of churches come up, but it doesn't have to be a church that's currently being used as a church. It can be one that has not been used as a church for a very long time, but was initially built for a church. So sometimes it's hard to identify those. Maybe we don't even know exactly, where those are in certain neighborhoods.
Yeah, and just something completely perhaps it's out of scope, but I do really recommend you both to like look into this overlay of this infrastructure that is aging and that is susceptible to earthquakes. And perhaps another aspect of this from a policy perspective is this idea to, an opportunity for homeowners and housing operators to take this incentive as a way to, reinforce their masonry. So just something that perhaps is out of scope, but is something that we might explore, and maybe this can just help making our city more resilient.
My general reaction to the proposal is that it gives a little bit too much discretionary authority to staff. I think there's some of the issues involved in these that should have and deserve both commission oversight and public input.
Do you have any particular items that you are zoning?
Zoning particular.
So the items that we're looking at for admin review, such as height or lots without frontage, is there one of those specifically that that you're having concerns about? Okay. Which one of those things? All of them? Okay. Okay.
I'm going to pull you in a different direction and talk about the things that I think are a little overly restrictive. So one thing that I think, as we look at our housing goals as a city, one of the things that we need to consider is, I guess it's a question for you. Why did you keep residential uses as a conditional use as opposed to a permitted use?
For the first set of incentives that Amanda introduced. So the reason why is because it's currently a use in those zones. It's currently a conditional use in those zones. Right now, the incentive only allows for non-residential uses in residential zones. So keeping in mind, this could be a church or a school or a landmark site in a R1 5000 zone. So it's allowing a use that is not allowed. And through the conditional use process, it's important to be able to look at those impacts and if there's anything that needs to be mitigated to mitigate those. We are looking to allow now residential uses as part of that. So again, that would be allowing, with this first set of incentives, multifamily in a single family zone, essentially in one of these eligible buildings. But we do still think it should be a conditional use process because the current process is a conditional use process and the use isn't allowed because of the impacts that there could be.
Okay. I would suggest reconsidering that and moving toward a more permitted use, even for multifamily in an institutional zone. I think that's a way of kind of achieving our housing SLC goals by adding increased density in some high opportunity neighborhoods, especially when you look at the map of the different properties that you provided at the end of the report. I'm looking at a lot of those and thinking like how important they could be for providing multifamily in some traditionally single family zones. So another question I have is why hotels and motels were prohibited uses. Like, why did you decide to do that?
I don't know why. I think we looked at the zoning land use tables in terms of where hotels and motels are permitted. And generally the zones that they're permitted in are much greater intensity in terms of the zones that this incentive would apply to. Another thing I think that was taken into consideration is right now short-term rentals are classified as hotels and motels, and we do have a lot of issues with people providing short-term rentals in residential zoning districts.
So my next question is about parking, and from what I understand, the ordinance or this proposal requires that they keep existing parking. For example, I'm going to take the VA hospital as an example. I would imagine that even with the multifamily residential that went into that the parking lot for a hospital is probably significantly larger than it would be for a multifamily development.
Yes.
So are we incentivizing keeping parking lots when we could be kind of taking better advantage of that property?
So that was something that we realized a little bit late going through the draft, just looking at some internal comments that we've gotten. And so that is one thing that we're looking to address. Our intent was, I think we were assuming at the time that the parking on the site is going to be less than what would be required. And when we were going through trying to find some examples of scenarios to model on random properties, we realized that that is not the case. And oftentimes, especially with church parking lots, they're not even on the same property, but they're next to it. And in our mind, when drafting this ordinance, we were anticipating being able to develop on those portions. So we're looking at rewording that, so it'll say, the minimum is this unless a lesser parking already exists on the site, in which no additional parking would be required.
Yeah. I just would encourage you to look at any chance we can to eliminate parking requirements. I think is important, especially as we look at urban heat island effect and those kinds of things that were brought up tonight. So that we're not incentivizing someone to protect a parking lot when we could use that land for better use.
Yeah. Another thing just related to parking that we realized after submitting the draft for this briefing is that in most of the RMF zones, multifamily, if it's a 2-bedroom, it requires 1.25 parking spaces, and then if it's anything less than that, it only requires 1 space. So the incentive of just having 1 space, unless there's a lesser requirement, isn't really beneficial necessarily for multifamily uses in those RMF zones. So we are potentially looking at a different incentive for multifamily 2-bedrooms, so that it's not just you get what you would have gotten anyway.
Thank you. I have one final question, then I'll be done. As I was reading through the program, I didn't understand fully if there was a transfer of development rights. So could, for example, if you reuse an existing building, could you transfer that to another area of the city and take advantage of those incentives somewhere else as a developer?
No, we definitely explored that option, and that was something that we talked to a number of other cities about. I think the hard thing here is where you have to have a sending site and a receiving site, and where the receiving site would be, which would typically be in some of our higher density zones, which are already very permissive in terms of what they're allowed to do, height, those types of things. There's no density requirement. So we explored this option of kind of a transfer of development rights, but onto the same site. Maybe you all won't think this is cool, but Amanda and I think this is really cool. We actually didn't find another city that had a model like this, where there's lots that allow incentives for the existing building, but we didn't find one city that allowed for these rights to transfer to other portions of the site. So I don't know if that answers your question, but
I think it also has, we were also just with the TDR program, it's the management, it's the TDR bank. It just goes above and beyond where we're at right now. But in the future, it could always be an option.
Thank you.
What was that? We looked at several cities. This transfer of development rights city that I think we met with was Nashville.
Yeah, and their program centered around like cultural music sites, so not less of the architecture, more of the cultural. Yeah.
Los Angeles's adaptive reuse program is actually really interesting, and one of the largest ones that we looked at. But theirs is focused solely on housing goals, and so it's converting existing office uses to residential, and they only require a building to be, 20 years old, but they can allow up to like just a 5-year-old building with zoning administrator discretion. So varied all over the board in terms of eligibility based on the goals that they were trying to accomplish with their adaptive reuse ordinance. Ours was looking primarily at sustainability and also just neighborhood character and buildings.
I fibbed a little bit. I have one more question or
great.
comment. Kind of getting back to what Commissioner Santos Rivera said earlier about bringing buildings up to code, especially seismic codes, that type of thing. One thing that was interesting as I was looking into what other cities have done this is the city of Duluth. And they came up with an acceptable alternative solutions, which is kind of an outcome-based alternative to some codes. So if you wouldn't mind looking into that as a potential way of kind of achieving those goals of improving building quality.
Yeah, we can definitely look into that. We do have some of the options under the IEBC, the like existing building code, that does have some options. They do not include waiving seismic upgrades and those types of things, but that's definitely something that we can look into. You said Duluth?
Yeah, Duluth.
Look into that story where the UK is making them tear down the building that they built that's actually occupied because it didn't match the plans. It's kind of interesting. That's the opposite of what you're talking about.
It is, but we can look into that too.
It's interesting.
Great job.
Yeah, thank you for your time and for your questions and comments. We really appreciate it, especially this late in the evening.
There was no motions.
Yes, thank you. And since we have run out of items on the agenda, we'll go ahead and adjourn. Good job.